Chapter 604. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lian Yuqing on the sparring place. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lian Yuqing on the sparring place. Yi Futian answered that he knew a thing or two. He even knows how to play the guqin? And is he really trying battle Lian Yuqing using the guqin? Isn't this going a little too far? Lian Yuqing isn't like those Futian has beaten. He is a grade 1 noble, and furthermore, one who at the pinnacle of the plane, and ranked 5th on the law rank. The progression of one's cultivation was usually as most guessed: the higher one's plane, the deeper one's comprehension in all areas became. No one thought an outlier like Yi Futian would have appeared, let alone one capable enough to beat both the Tianxing Palace and Xiang Zhiqing. However, it was only natural that Lian Yuqing's comprehension was definitely higher than Yi Futian's, as he was, after all, a grade 1 noble ranked 5th on the law rank. Just how did Futian think he was going to best Lian Yuqing playing the guqin? This is a joke. It was true that Yi Futian had demonstrated extremely eye-catching talents prior to this and proved his worth as the champion of the entrance battles. He was even deemed capable of taking the entire Holy Ji Palace in 5 years. His name on the law rank would have been incredibly distinct as well. However, now he behaved like a thug. If he were to actually fight Lian Yuqing, wouldn't he just be trying to embarrass himself? Of course, there were also those among the spectators who knew that Yi Futian was good at playing the guqin, like Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Mingyu was Yi Futian's second older sister, and it was only natural that he knew where Yi Futian came from, as well as the reason why Zhuge Mingyu was able to go home, the guqin song played on Sky Mountain all those years back. He knew what others did not, for many of the students of the Holy Ji Palace had trained only within the palace for the past several years. They would not have known much about a nobody like Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had been unable to make it into the Holy Ji Palace, those senior students probably would not have even learned of his existence. But Zhuge Xing was nonetheless curious. Even though Yi Futian inherited the scores of the Yukio song passed down by the two emperors, is he actually capable of playing the subtleties of the song as intended? Just how does Yi Futian compare to one like Lian Yuqing in the art of the guqin? Lian Yuqing's eyes never moved away from Yi Futian all that while. Know a thing or two? So you mean to test what you are capable of against me? Lian Yuqing asked calmly. He felt something was amiss. Yi Futian playing the guqin against me? Lian Yuqing recalled the day on the law battle platform where Yi Futian said that he would like to hear Lian Yuqing play a song sometime in the future. By that day, did he mean this today? Lian Yuqing became curious as to how capable Yi Futian was at playing the guqin, and if Yi Futian was indeed as exceptional at the art of the guqin as he was at martial arts and sorcery. Even if he proves exceptional, so what? It would be my honor, Yi Futian said slowly as he fixed his gaze on Lian Yuqing. Lian Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the silhouette on the Zhonggong battle platform. The tone Yi Futian had taken was similar to when he spoke to the Tianxing Palace students and Xiang Zhiqing, calm, yet brimming with confidence. Lian Yuqing was puzzled about what Yi Futian actually based his confidence on, yet the origin of this said confidence hardly mattered. He believed Yi Futian would learn that while it was indeed important for cultivators to have faith in themselves, they were also required to know their place. You are a new one on the law rank, and it shouldn't be someone like me to teach you anything personally. However, since you are so eager to prove your skills with the guqin, I am not in a position to refuse. Lian Yuqing replied and began taking his steps toward the Zhonggong battle platform. He dropped onto the platform and came face to face with Yi Futian. As both of them were standing on the Zhonggong battle platform and were going to determine who was better at the art of the guqin, it was only natural for them to do it with guqin's songs. Yi Futian wanted to verify the validity of his idea about the sparring sessions, and as such, he was forbidden from fighting directly. There was, after all, little meaning for a grade 8 noble fight a grade 1 noble. How do you want to go about it? Lian asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian crossed his legs and sat. A guqin appeared in front of him. He caressed the strings with both hands, and the aura around him changed into something else entirely in an instant. At that very moment, Yi Futian looked calm and collected, as if he had become one with the cosmos around him, and of course, one with the guqin before him. I will let you decide on that, senior. Futian said as he began plucking the strings. The sound of the guqin was soon heard, depicting a realm within the minds of those within earshot, tranquil and peaceful like a silent night, casting off all worries and being kept company by nothing else but the sound of the instrument. The song was one capable of cleansing people's minds, enabling those who heard it to relax. That demonstration was devoid of the prickly, antagonistic air demonstrated prior. At the very moment those who heard the song felt as if they were basking under moonlight while listening to a soothing melody, instead of being at the sparring place. The song was simple, yet the simple song was capable of bringing people of their levels into a realm that was so peaceful and quiet. Futian's skill with the guqin was indeed formidable. Futian's mastery of the guqin apparently was far more than what he had described himself, knowing a thing or two, and he was definitely a master at it. Seeing that tranquil and handsome young man playing the guqin made everyone feel as if they were watching someone else altogether, as the one playing the instrument was devoid of any hint of obnoxiousness that he so happily demonstrated before. The spectators felt as if they were seeing another side of Futian. Lian Yuqing knew what Futian was trying to pull. He went on to sit cross-legged as well, and began playing the guqin across from Futian. The sound of his playing melded perfectly with the feeling exuded by Futian. Sounds of both sides melded harmoniously with one another. Spectacular, many said to themselves. Lian Yuqing demonstrated his exceptional mastery at the art by blending in with Futian's playing. While it was easy to learn to play the guqin itself, it was very difficult to draw pictures in people's minds with it. Blending one's thoughts playing the guqin with that exuded from the guqin songs of others proved even more difficult. They seemed to clash and spar, using their own ways. Futian's guqin sounds went smoothly as intended, growing increasingly intense. It was as if a scroll painting was being unfolded gradually, being laid before the eyes of everyone. Futian was not disturbed in any way by Lian Yuqing's playing. He kept playing his tune. The painting seemed to depict a young man learning to play the guqin from a master. One simple guqin song after another was blended seamlessly by Futian into one song, as if every song had actually been a part of one long one. With the painting unfolded, the guqin sounds spread out as well. The melody of the white feathers garment was heard, and many felt as if they saw a palace before them. The young man was playing his guqin there for amusement, yet he also seemed to have been fighting and arguing with someone else. Lian Yuqing was still playing. His style changed continuously, following Futian's changes, and went on to stick closely to Futian's tempo, blending his tune into the illustration. He played a dance tune as Futian was playing melody of the white feathers garment, and the two seemed to be benefiting from each other. Lian Yuqing's playing hardly affected Futian's sounds. The illustration of the songs was still in Futian's control. The World, a song depicting the grace and glory of the world, was soon quickly replaced by a chaotic nation, singing about the sorrows and bloody, noble sacrifices of the world and chaos. As the intensity of the guqin sounds grew, many were swept off their feet and taken into the realm illustrated by the guqin sounds. Many saw Futian's expression change, blending many simple tunes and making one perfect tune out of them. He even infused the song with his own emotions. The resulting image depicted was rich and vivid. Is this what you'd call knowing a thing or two? However, what Lian Yuqing was capable of seemed even more out of this world. Regardless of the illustrations of the songs played by Futian, Lian Yuqing had no problem keeping up, blending Futian's style with compatible tunes. There was never a hint of messiness, and it spoke volumes of Lian Yuqing's mastery at the art. He must have mastered countless guqin songs, being able to play with such poise and composure. Both men demonstrated their art at guqin through different means and styles. He is illustrating his own life and experiences using the instrument. Many listened quietly, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Futian. The ups and downs and joys and sorrows of his life were made into something like a fine brew, all found within one song. One was able to feel the impulsive youth gradually turn into someone composed, reserved and confident throughout his experiences. The state of his mind changed with the tune, yet the purity seemed to remain the same throughout. When the song, Elegance, was played at its climax, everyone's emotions burned alongside the sound of Futian's playing. Streaks of light emanated from the statue, draping over Yi Futian as if it had achieved some mystical resonance with him. Lian Yuqing continued matching him with a compatible tune. The long robe reaching the floor billowed in the wind, making him seem like some legendary figure. Lian Yuqing is indeed a musical sorcerer ranked 5th on the law rank, able to blend seamlessly with other people's playing. While Yi Futian's skills with the guqin are indeed those of a master, brimming with youthfulness, Lian Yuqing's mastery is superior in terms of technique. Many thought it impossible for Yi Futian to learn songs from Lian Yuqing. However, Yi Futian paused and smiled. Your art is definitely exceptional, befitting of one ranked 5th on the law rank, senior. You are not bad yourself, Lian Yuqing replied. The tune I will play next will not require you to play something compatible. If you were able to play something remotely similar, it would be my defeat, Yi Futian said. If I'm unable to, I'd be the one defeated instead, Lian Yuqing replied forcefully. He deemed himself unbeatable in the art of the guqin. It is a song that I have acquired by chance. I seek your guidance for it, Yi Futian said, then lowered his head, plucking the strings. An illustration of some sort was born yet again, and it was different from what was played before. What Yi Futian was playing now was no longer about his own life, but was of a spectator telling the story of the life of another person. Lian Yuqing's expression was calm. He plucked the strings and played in a similar way. The faces of those around them began to change. They had heard the song on the day of the entrance battles. The one who played back then was Bai Luli. Furthermore, there were also some from the Holy Sage Pavilion who had heard the tune before, like Hua Fan. Yi Futian is able to play something like this? Many within earshot were swept into the intense illustration as the sound of the guqin reverberated in the air. Even the statues around them began to emanate beams of light, like they were being touched by the guqin sound as well. Lian Yuqing began to look troubled. The tune seemed to be an exceptional kind. As time went by, he felt that it was rather difficult to keep up with. It was as if the tune was trying to knock him over. Those adept at the guqin knew to appreciate the songs played. Yi Futian's song directly interfered with Lian Yuqing's mind. It was as if that song had no equivalent. At the very least, Lian Yuqing did not feel the songs he knew were qualified enough to match it. His fingers plucked on the strings furiously. The speed of the tune he played slowed, then was sustained by only his exceptional mastery at the art. When the painting illustrated by the tune was unfolded, it was a mighty, brimming piece. The state depicted by the sound was that of a whole world, the heart of kings and emperors. All 8 statues were influenced by the tune, emanating dazzling beams of light and pulses, showering onto Yi Futian. Spiritual qi danced around in the air, and the spiritual qi in the Zhonggong battle platform pulsed to the tempo of the guqin's sounds. Lian Yuqing looked incredibly troubled by then, however, he did not stop. The tunes he played changed from one to another, and exceptional sounds kept emanating from his instrument. But then again, even his exceptional mastery proved inadequate to cover the one played by Yi Futian. His tune became encroached one time after another, for the tune of kings and emperors would not tolerate being defiled by other sounds. Stronger illustrations were born. Wind danced on the Zhonggong battle platform and the 8 statues emanated dazzling light that circled around Yi Futian. The beams grew increasingly tall. Countless eyes were set on the silhouette of Yi Futian playing. With intense emotions welling up inside them, the spectators watched him play. Their minds seemed to have been entirely carried away by the illustrations drawn by the song, as if telling an incredibly epic legend. It told of the divine prefecture, its history and culture, the chaotic world and the yearning for one to bring order. The illustration became increasingly powerful and vivid as the tune went on. All 8 statues glowed with bright, tall beams of light. Air of terror seemed to have been swept in from nowhere. The clouds changed and endless worldly spiritual qi rained down from above. Yi Futian remained seated cross-legged, losing himself in all of it. Many even began to look at him with dazed eyes of admiration. Twang! A crisp sound was heard. Lian Yuqing's playing was completely swept away, halting abruptly. The string of Lian Yuqing's instrument had broken. The guqin was smeared with the blood spewed from his mouth. Chapter 605, Lian Yuqing lost. Lian Yuqing lost. A grade 1 noble ranked 5th on law rank and possessed unparalleled skill in the art of the guqin, yet he lost to another playing the instrument. He lost to Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If the competition had been one where the musical spells were used for fights, it would have been pointless as the victor would have been apparent. However, that competition was based on Yi Futian's ideas about sparring, where one's mastery of the art of the guqin was considered. Lian Yuqing had immense pride, especially when it came to the art of the guqin. It was unthinkable for him to attack Yi Futian. As such, he went testing Yi Futian's skills as a fellow musician of the instrument, matching the illustrations brought forth by Yi Futian through his own extraordinary mastery at the art. Lian Yuqing performed admirably, befitting of one who was ranked 5th on the law rank. Yet the last song proved too much for him to handle. Despite giving his all, he failed to match the state illustrated by that last song. He ended up thoroughly burnt out, suffering intense mental trauma and physical injuries while the string on his guqin broke. Many understood what that outcome meant. Lian Yuqing lost to Yi Futian at a guqin competition. Having only arrived at the Holy Ji Palace less than a year ago, the champion of the entrance battles emerged as a newbie to question the rules of the sparring sessions, presenting his ideas of proper sparring to the veterans and old-timers. He claimed that he was not inferior to his seniors in any way but plain. He fulfilled what he had claimed, beating his seniors in both martial arts and sorcery. Now, even Lian Yuqing, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lost to him. It was a prestige for Futian like no other. Looking at the silhouette who was still playing his instrument, many looked dazed. Rumors about Yi Futian had been all over the place since the day he entered the Holy Ji Palace, rumors which were all unsavory, claiming him to be vile, weak, and cowardly. So what now? He remained calm and composed even when facing the one who ranked 5th on the law rank. Yun Xuexing looked at Yi Futian with a tinge of interest in her cold eyes. She felt unable to read the young man before her. Xiang Jiqin's face went pale altogether. What happened before seemed like a joke. It was a sarcastic twist of fate like no other. Even the number 1 noble in the Daozong Palace lost, which meant that she had no place disparaging Yi Futian or doubting the one Hua Jieyu deemed worthy. She came to realize right there and then why Hua Jieyu reacted so intensely that day. Hua Jieyu knew him through and through while Xiang Jiqin knew nothing. Yun Feng looked at Yi Futian. He felt the light of Yi Futian was unbearably blinding. It made him feel worthless and despaired. Zhuge Xing had his eyes on Yi Futian as well. The impact Yi Futian brought forth then was even more intense than the one seen in the battles prior to their entry to the Holy Ji Palace. The one Yi Futian faced was not a newbie, but Lian Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank. All those who were in the same batch as Yi Futian felt some kind of heat welling up in their chests. What Yi Futian had pulled just now was indeed a tale to be told in legends. That one song made him into the only truly unique being in the place meant for sparring. Hua Jieyu smiled, looking at Yi Futian with her clear eyes. What a good-looking guy indeed. That was the Yi Futian that she knew and loved. Yuxing looked composed, and he was the only one capable of looking so composed. He ceased being surprised no matter what Yi Futian ended up achieving. He deemed such achievements to be Yi Futian's destiny, a glorious being admired and revered by tens of thousands. That was his destiny regardless of where he ended up, even in the Holy Ji Palace. Tremendously terrifying spiritual qi moved as a horrifying current was sensed from afar, encasing the entire Shongong battle platform. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument as if he had totally lost himself in the illustration brought by the song he played. It was no longer a match between him and Lian Yuqing. He played because he felt a resonating power coming from somewhere else. It was not just Yi Futian. Everyone in the sparring place felt the same kind of power. They looked far away and saw a gust of terrifying air moving toward them with the wind. Intense vibrations were whipped up around them. The air came from an area located between where they were and the law power zone. The area was incredibly vast, with many secret sites and ruins strewn about the place, as well as blessed sites for training left by the predecessors of the Holy Ji Palace for those who succeeded them. There were even places that were incredibly difficult to tread. The students of the Holy Ji Palace spent many years to advance themselves, not even having to go on pilgrimages outside. The reason for that lied within the tremendously rich resources for training in the Holy Ji Palace. Even if one were to spend 5 to 10 years studying there, it was still impossible for one to step foot in every single place for training there was. The song Futian was playing grew incredibly loud and vivid, reverberating everywhere. All 8 statues resonated and burst with dazzling light. Mystical energy was conjured in the air, resonating with the sound of Futian's guqin. The tune was practically heard everywhere by then, spreading far and wide, invoking even stronger vibrations. Its musical notes. Many were shocked to their core. Lian Yuqing looked up in the air. Countless musical notes were seen coming from the area of ruins, attracted by Futian's playing. They resonated with the sound of Futian's guqin, writing a new tune with him. Lian Yuqing's pride was practically shattered by then. He was utterly crushed by a student who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. That day on the law battle platform, Futian said that there would be a day when he would have Lian Yuqing hear him play. Lian Yuqing did not bother with him. It was totally unexpected that that day would have come so soon. Within mere months, Futian indeed came to play him a song. That was the Yukio song. Although Lian Yuqing had no idea that the Yukio song was introduced to the barren state through Futian, he nonetheless knew of the song renowned to be one of the top 10 pieces in existence. What Futian played was infused with the will of rulers. Thus, it was none other than the Yukio song introduced to the barren state. It was said that Bai Luli learned the song, but it was unexpected that Futian knew how to play it as well, and furthermore, was able to be so richly illustrative with the Yukio song. Lian Yuqing lost to Futian in the art of the guqin. He was pitiful, yet he did not feel much sadness about it. To anyone who devoted their lives to the guqin, there was nothing to be sad in losing to someone playing the Yukio song. What was embarrassing about his predicament, however, was that the one who was playing the Yukio song was Futian. Futian, who Lian Yuqing disliked intensely, bested him with one such legendary song. The crazed rush of the current continued as more and more musical notes were seen. One figure after another moved to the site where the tune was played. Even some of the elders in the Holy Ji Palace were so moved that they had to hear the song in person. The minds and hearts of many were shocked. The sparring sessions attracted the attention of the elders due to Futian's actions. They had thought the sessions were just about to begin only to find out that it was already the climax. With such a magnificent display of skills and power demonstrated at such a stage, what more could have happened that was deemed capable of surpassing what was seen right there and then? Some of the Holy Ji Palace elders looked in the direction of somewhere in the area of ruins. They knew of a mystical place there, a place left behind by an extraordinarily powerful predecessor, and it was a place few were able to tread. At that moment, musical notes traversed the space between the two places to write a song with Futian. Following the trail of the musical notes, head to Guqin Valley, an elder told Futian as they looked in the direction of the Zonggong battle platform. A spark was seen in Futian's eyes, and he leaped up from where he sat, playing his instrument as he headed for the place where the musical notes came from. If it was a place the elders of the Holy Ji Palace told him to visit, then there was no doubt that it was a place worth visiting. So the resonating power came from Guqin Valley? Guqin Valley. Lian Yuqing went pale as he uttered the name of the place. It was as he had guessed. The sounds came from Guqin Valley indeed. He had tried multiple times to venture there, yet he was unable to enter the mystical place even now. However, right there and then, the possibility of Futian being given the right to enter was incredibly high. It was indeed sarcasm like no other. Lian Yuqing suffered a truly crushing defeat. Everyone stared at Futian as he left for Guqin Valley, and they turned their eyes to Lian Yuqing, feeling extremely uneasy. The sparring session had been rather cruel to Lian Yuqing. Not only did he, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lose to Futian at a Guqin battle, but the victor was also even summoned by the valley itself. It was natural that many had heard of the Guqin Valley. It was said that there was a frightening powerful figure in the Holy Ji Palace who reached incredible heights training with the Guqin, becoming an existence feared by many. His skill in the Guqin allowed him to mesmerize people and take control of their minds. It even allowed him to stimulate the latent potential of people, and his abilities were incredibly eerie in nature. Many top-class figures in the barren state avoided him like a plague. It was said that he was the number one on the barren sky ranking of the previous generation. That figure was none other than Lu Guangxing, the nine-fingered Guqing demon told in legends. He had been a madman throughout his life, and his soul came to rest in Guqing Valley. Many in the Holy Ji Palace knew that Lian Yuqing tried many times to gain entrance into Guqing Valley to inherit the lineage of the ruins of Lu Guangxing. However, he failed at every single attempt, and had never been able to truly step foot in Guqing Valley. Yet Futian's song managed to move the Guqing Valley instead. It would have been anyone's guess how Lian Yuqing, the one known to be the best in the art of the Guqing in the law rank, felt. Lian Yuqing's eyes were locked on the figure who just left the site. His expression changed as he took to the air, chasing after Futian. He wanted to see yet again if he would be able to make it into Guqing Valley. Yu Sheng, Hua Jiayu, and some others flashed and took to the air, going after Futian. Many in the sparring place looked funny as one figure after another left. Despite the event of the day being sparring sessions, Futian practically stole the event's thunder. With Guqing Valley resonating with Futian, many went after him, and that rendered things rather awkward for the event itself. Shall we continue or just pause it for now? Many turned to look at Hua Fan. At that very moment, an elder said while standing in the air, "Those who wish to leave are free to do so, but it is probably something that has nothing to do with you. Those who stay, continue the sessions." They left as soon as the announcement was made. Some others were seen leaving, but most elected to stay behind. That practice was indeed inappropriate. Since Futian proved his point to be true, we shall just abolish that round of events in further sessions then, said a voice. Many turned to look at the one who spoke. It was Do Kun from Battle Sage Palace, and Futian was considered his junior. Do Kun was ranked second on the law rank. Many went silent at his words. While there was no absolute right or wrong, Futian had beaten Lian Yuqing, and it was only natural that his points were right. From that battle, it was obvious that Futian's ranking on the law rank would have made a considerable leap. This will be my last time hosting the sparring sessions. The future sessions will be in your hands. The sessions for newbies in the future shall be restricted to the difference of 2 planes at best, and they should be held mainly to provide guidance, Hua Fan said calmly. The battle of the day spelled more than Lian Yuqing's defeat. It was also the defeat of obsolete rules. Futian broke it as a newbie. If there was a day where he would end up as the champion of the law rank, it was something that had to be acknowledged, regardless of what everyone else thought of him. Hua Fan did not make one thing clear, however. There was a huge possibility that the future law rank would have been overseen by Futian, and that was probably something that would happen within just a few years. Continue. Hua Fan cleared his thoughts as he said. He felt immensely moved. Many prominent figures appeared from every generation, and the ones to emerge from the younger generations were destined to best the ones who came before them. Chapter 606. The Guqing Valley was one of the many relics within the Qingdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Lu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Lu Guangxing's Guqing in the Guqing Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Lu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The Guqing Valley was one of the many relics within the Qingdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Lu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Lu Guangxing's Guqing in the Guqing Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Lu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The entrance of the Guqing Valley was a stone cave. Many people were gathered here, and at the head of them was Futian. He was holding a Guqing in his arms, playing continuously. If Futian were to stop playing, the resonance between him and the Guqing Valley may be disrupted. Futian could feel the incredibly powerful energy of musical will within this valley. he walked through the stone doors into the valley. It was a whole new world on the other side of the arched doors. Startlingly bright and cheery, it was like a private little world of one's own. There were green plains and strange jagged rocks, mountains and springs. It was a world filled with life, and an invisible energy seemed to inhabit the space as well. Those were the musical notes that danced in time to Futian's music. Behind Futian, many people walked out into the valley as well. Unlike Futian, they felt a sort of pressure, one that surrounded them from all directions in the Guqing Valley. It was as if the musical will was seeping into their minds, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. It was as though they were about to lose their minds. "Let's wait outside," Yi Wuqian whispered. Hua Jieyu and Yu Xing nodded, and they all retreated. Su Ke, Zhongli, and many others had come as well, but they too went outside the Guqing gardens to wait. Only Lian Yuqing followed Yi Futian in, similarly holding a guqin in his arms and playing. However, the musical notes were relentless still in their invasion of his mind. In the past, even if one was not a musical sorcerer, they would still come to the Guqin Valley in order to train their spiritual will. But to him, this place held a different significance. Furthermore, regardless of who came here to train, they would not come before the guqin in the Guqin Valley. Lian Yuqing lifted his head to gaze into the distance. The ground was higher there, and the surroundings elegant. A guqin lay quietly on a smooth, large rock. At this very moment, the guqin was actually playing itself, and the musical notes that spread across the space were resonating with the guqin in Yi Futian's arms. Lian Yuqing saw with his own eyes how Yi Futian walked forward until he was right before the guqin. This guqin had become famous because of Lu Guangxing, and was hailed as an iconic guqin in the barren state. It was called the Soul Guqin. Lian Yuqing's guqin was peaceful and calm, just like his own inner state. He had always wanted to experience just how proudly defiant the enchanted guqin of Lu Guangxing's was, though it was a pity that he never actually got the chance to. Now, he watched as the newcomer to the Holy Ji Palace, who had been first in the law battle, walk before the Soul Guqin and sit down, crossing his legs. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian had stopped playing by now, and he glanced at the guqin in his hands. He remembered how this guqin from the ancient Lulan and the ancient barren world had been unwilling to follow him back then. Now it seemed like he would never have any use for it in the future. However, Yi Futian would keep the guqin with him as a memento. Since he had already walked all the way over here, he could predict what would happen next. It was a form of acknowledgement that the musical notes had drawn him here. It would also be a form of inheritance for him as well. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and looked at the guqin before him. The words, Soul Guqin, were carved into the side of the guqin. It was probably the name of this guqin. He reached out and touched the guqin lightly. In an instant, the strings of the guqin moved, and Yi Futian's fingers danced along with the strings as well. The surroundings were immediately filled with musical notes, which floated into Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian closed his eyes and immersed himself within the experience, quietly feeling the musical notes that were floating into his head, and remembering every single note, burning them into his memory. An image surfaced in Yi Futian's head. A middle-aged man sat right where he was, playing the guqin with both hands. It was the previous owner of the Soul Guqin. As Yi Futian listened to the music, he felt a hint of guqin's spirit within the Soul Guqin. This was the resonance created between him and the guqin spirit, which had also laid down a musical boundary around the Guqin Valley to seal the guqin here. If Yi Futian was not playing the Yukio song, he would not have been able to even set foot into this place. The music playing in Yi Futian's mind felt wild and unrestrained to him. He had never learned such a wild song before. Back then, he had learned songs like The World and A Chaotic Nation. Those were songs that had moments of magnificence and solemnity, but the only word that came to mind as he listened to this song was wild. It was as if the song had taken on a form of its own and was on the level of a grandmaster. At this moment, Lian Yuqing was still struggling outside the musical boundary, trying to get to where Yi Futian was. However, he realized that he was slowly losing his will. If he were really to force his way through the boundary, he may very well lose his mind. Finally, Lian Yuqing stopped and sighed as he looked towards Yi Futian. He then turned to leave. He would remember everything that had happened today as a point of motivation for himself. Once he got back, he was going to train his state of mind as well as his abilities in the Guqing path. Yi Futian stayed in the Guqing Valley for many days. Yu Xing, Hua Jiyu and the rest waited outside for him throughout. By this time, the sparring sessions had come to an end. The real sparring had started after Yi Futian left, with powerful individuals clashing against each other. Even those at the top of the law rank had gotten involved as well. But the fight that Yi Futian had walked out of remained the most shocking battle of this series of sparring sessions. On the last day of the 10,006th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples left to visit home. Those who didn't leave kept busy with their training. The new law rank was now carved onto the stone wall in the law battle platform area. Once the sparring sessions ended every year, there would be great changes to the law rank. However, this year, the biggest change in the law rank was attributed only to one person. Many people were gathered before the law rank. Zhuge Xing, Xiang Jiqing, Yun Feng, and the others were all there, staring at the new rankings. Shockingly, Yi Futian's name was at the top. He was 10th in the law rank. Despite only being a grade 8 noble, he had made it to 10th place. This was practically a miracle in the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, no one dared to question this ranking. Yi Futian had already displayed the potential of someone who would rank first in the law rank from his performance in battle. Furthermore, his skills in sorcery and martial arts were all outstanding, and he had defeated Lian Yuqing in battle using the Guqing path. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Futian was still at a lower plane, and was not as physically strong, he may have ranked even higher. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Xing had entered the law rank as well, though he was further down the list. But it seemed like the two names who would eventually be on top had already appeared within the law rank. People made it a point to remember Yi Futian's name. Where the relics were, there were many people training everywhere as well. Some occasionally had their eye on the Guqing Valley as well. Hua Jiyu was waiting outside the stone doors of the Guqing Valley. Today was the last day of the year, but Yi Futian was still training inside, refusing to come out. Just then, a handsome figure walked out from the valley. All smiles, he gazed towards the countless people waiting outside the Guqing Valley for him. A smile appeared on Hua Jiu's face. Walking up to him, she first threw him a sharp glance before asking gently, "How's your training?" "There was the inheritance of a senior within the Guqing Valley," Yi Futian replied. "I managed to obtain several superb songs and the senior's Guqing." He then chuckled. "Did a day without me feel like an eternity?" Hua Jiu pouted at him. She thought he was being incredibly thick-skinned. "I thought you weren't going to come out," Hua Jiu said softly. "Why wouldn't I? I'm planning to welcome the new year with my wife-to-be." Yi Futian laughed, before looking at Yi Wuchen. "Wuchen, call Qinyu over. Let's find a place to sit." "Sure," Yi Wuchen replied. "Where shall we meet?" "Up there." Yi Futian pointed to a mountain. "That's the highest point in this place. We should get a pretty good view." Yi Wuchen nodded and turned to leave. "Yu Xing, I'll get little Condor to bring Qin Xian over. Let's head there first." Yi Futian smiled. Yu Xing nodded, and they set off towards the tall mountain. At the peak of that mountain, one could get a bird's-eye view of the area. Staring down at the many relics below, Yi Futian laughed. "Just training in the law power zone alone has taken me half a year, and there's still plenty of resources left for me to train with for a good while. There probably are still places like the Guqing Valley among these relics. Seems like I'll be able to train well in the palace for the next few years." After the sparring sessions, no one would be picking a fight with Yi Futian. Which was good, since he had come to the palace in order to train and ascend to higher planes. "We're still going to be training here for a few years." Yi Shaoshi clenched his teeth. He was thinking that he wouldn't be able to take it. "Seventh brother, if you're going to be so lazy, I'm going to have a chat with second sister when I get the chance." Yi Futian grinned at him. "You think that scares me?" Yi Shaoshi glared scornfully at Yi Futian, but he still seemed a little unconfident. Yuan Zhan, why didn't you go back to Mount Taihang? Yi Futian turned to Yuan Zhan and asked. The old man had me follow you. Yuan Zhan replied, gazing into the distance. But you didn't have to stick with me all the way. Yi Futian rubbed between his eyebrows, marveling at how rigid these demonic beasts could be. Soon, Yu Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, the Black-Winged Condor, Yi Qin Xian, and Luan Shui arrived at the mountain peak at the same time. Yi Futian smiled at Lu Qinyu. Qinyu, you've become prettier. Looks like our Wuchen has done a good job taking care of you. Lu Qinyu had been training in the palace as well. As she transcended to a higher plane, her aura became even more outstanding as well. Who is Yun Xuexing, and why have I been hearing things about her even at the Sword Pavilion? Lu Qinyu looked towards Yi Futian, seeming to ask in all seriousness. Yi Futian blinked and looked at the stunning figure before him. I was in the wrong. This woman is ruthless, he thought to himself. It's the last day of the year already, let's not argue today. Yi Qin Xian walked up to them, smiling gently. Qingshuan's right. Yi Futian nodded. Why does it feel like we're missing something, like roasted meat or whatnot? As he spoke, Yi Futian's gaze landed on the Black-Winged Condor, and the condor jumped up hurriedly, speaking up woefully. Boss, if there's anything you want, just give the order and I'll go get it done. The condor was wary of the others having any funny ideas about it. It spooked him. Does anyone want alcohol? A voice rang out. Yi Futian turned to look, and saw Zui Qianzhou walking over with Su Kei, carrying a pot of wine with him. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This situation was perfect for drinking. Looks like I have no choice but to bring out the good stuff. Zui Qianzhou seemed a little pained. From a storage ring, he took out many wine cups. There was a great variety of cups, with some made of gold and others of jade. Yi Futian was dumbfounded at how exquisite Zui Qianzhou's taste was. Everyone sat together, and Zui Qianzhou poured them all a cup of wine, chuckling. Despite being alive for so long, I haven't actually had the chance to welcome the new year with people who aren't my master. To fate, which brought us all together. Su Kei chuckled, thinking to himself that life really was interesting. He had thought himself a person who did not get along with the rest, but after arriving at the Holy Ji Palace, he had discovered people he didn't mind, like Zui Qianzhou and Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian and Yu Xing seemed like interesting people too. Perhaps this really was the workings of fate at play. To fate. Yi Futian laughed, and everyone raised their cups and drank. The sparring sessions a few days ago were really satisfying. Su Kei grinned. How long do you all think it will take for us to take over the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace? Most of those who would predictably be at the forefront of the rankings were here at this gathering. Probably 3 years. Zui Qianzhou replied. 3 years? Yi Futian looked towards the Holy Ji Palace. I've never thought about conquering the law rank. Zui Qianzhou and Su Kei were taken aback for a moment, and glanced over at Yi Futian. Then they both chuckled. Indeed, they had forgotten that not everyone had their sights set on the law rank. The rankings meant little to Yi Futian. Then what about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State? Su Kei looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian was still staring off into the distance. He thought about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State. A smile then appeared on his face, but he did not reply. In years to come, when Su Kei recalled this memory again, he would finally understand the meaning behind Yi Futian's smile. Chapter 607. It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast barren state again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the barren state had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast barren state again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the barren state had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. Just like 3 years ago, many young talents had gathered at the divine roads, heading towards the Holy Ji Palace. Powerful individuals from all across the land had also arrived in large groups at the foot of the palace, preparing to watch the final battle from there. Among them, there were many influential characters who had come in support of their disciples participating in the assessment. Within the Holy Ji Palace, the disciples were busy training. At this moment, there was a crowd gathered before the law rank, staring at the rankings carved into the stone wall. After 3 years, immense changes had occurred within the law rank. About 2 years ago, after the sparring sessions had ended, Hua Fan entered the Sage Palace and emerged from his training as sage. Afterward, Do Kun and the person who was third in the law rank entered the sage plane as well. Even then, they had not been replaced by the 4th and 5th person in the original rankings. Instead, the top 3 positions had been taken over by those who were lower down in the rankings. The batch of disciples from 6 years ago had already advanced to be at the peak of the noble plane. This put them ahead of many disciples in the batch from 9 years ago, who had not entered the sage plane yet. It was a large leap to get to the sage plane, which made it difficult for people to break through into the plane. As such, it was common that disciples from 2 different generations would clash with each other in the law rank at this particular plane. Such occurrences had happened throughout the years. Even within the disciples that had entered 3 years ago, there were many whose names had already appeared within the law rank. Furthermore, there were many whose positions were especially eye-catching. The person who was 10th in the law rank was especially prominent. His rank was not especially high, but he had steadily held that position for 2 years in a row. About 2 years ago, Futian had made a name for himself through a battle during the sparring sessions and become 10th in the law rank as a grade 8 noble. Afterward, he had maintained that rank without any changes happening. He did not increase in rank, but neither was he replaced by anyone. It was as if his position was fixed. Those who ranked lower than him skipped 10th place when they rose in ranking. Those who dropped in rank also fell beneath Futian as well. Once, there had been a person in 11th place who rose in ranking to take over the 9th place. The person originally in 9th place should have become 10th instead. But that did not happen. Futian remained in his rank, and the person dropped directly to number 11 in the rank instead. It was strange. However, those in the Holy Ji Palace were not fazed at all by this occurrence. Over the past 2 years, Futian had not participated in any more battles. He had even been absent from the sparring sessions for the past 2 years. Under these circumstances, even if one wanted to have Futian's ranking in the law rank shifted forward, it was unclear where he should be placed. As a result, a strange occurrence happened within the law rank where Futian remained in the exact same ranking for about 2 years. "What plane is that guy at now?" someone asked quietly, looking at Futian's name on the ranking. Those next to him knew exactly who he was talking about. In truth, there were many who were curious about Futian. Someone else answered from the side. "I thought he would have participated in the sparring sessions a few months back. In the end, he still wasn't interested. What a character. But even without participating in the sparring sessions or any other battle, his name is still getting more prominent within the palace." They continued. "He's someone who broke through many relics continuously, and he even helped many of those entering the Holy Ji Palace in their training. It's no wonder he's well known. He has an extraordinary capability in understanding things. We've already seen that back at the sparring sessions over 2 years ago. Today, whether it's sorcery, martial arts, or the Guqin path, he probably has outstanding achievements in all of them. Even those talents from the batch 3 years ago were willing to head to the Battle Sage Palace in order to ask him for training advice." Many people chattered before the law rank about how Futian had become a legendary character among the Holy Ji Palace disciples. Despite his unconventional ways, he was still outstandingly capable. They predicted that if Futian were to actually participate once, there would even be the possibility that he could leap straight into the top 3 from being 10th in the law rank. It had been 2 years already. With his current abilities and his potential to become first in the law rank, it was absolutely possible that he would be able to enter the top 3. Over at the sky-reaching tower area, shouts were heard, and there was a ruckus both within and outside the tower. Entering the 18th level? This guy's crazy good, some people were exclaiming in jealousy. Who entered the 18th level? Someone asked outside. Who else could it be? It's Yuxing, of course, someone replied, walking out of the tower. Many people headed for the sky-reaching tower in a blink, and they saw the hulking figure on the 18th floor of the tower. Many felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Yuxing was probably only a grade 4 noble. Even if that was one of the peak states in the noble plane, there was still a ways to go before he would be considered a superior noble. However, one usually had to be a grade 1 noble in order to enter the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Even if one was physically powerful, they probably still had to be at least a grade 2 noble in order to enter successfully. Yuxing was only a grade 4 noble. What kind of body did he have in order to be able to enter the 18th floor? He was a monster. The batch from 3 years ago already had Futian with his strange ways and Yuxing, who was an absolute monster. Many people wondered if these two would be the ones to fight over the top position in the law rank in the future, and if so, who would prevail. However, they also understood that these two fellows didn't seem to have any interest in the law rank at all. If not, they wouldn't have ignored all the opportunities to battle. They were only concerned with training and improving their own abilities quietly. They hadn't even participated in the sparring sessions. They wondered what those at the Holy Sage Pavilion would think if 2 disciples from the Battle Sage Palace were to become number 1 and 2 in the law rank in future. It would probably be humiliating for them as the top palace in the Holy Ji Palace. Throughout history, it had always been a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion who stably held the first position in the law rank. The current disciple at the top of the law rank was a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion as well. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Situated within the northern parts of the Holy Ji Palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion towered over the land. At this moment, a person walked out from an ancient hall within the Holy Sage Pavilion. While this person had absolutely no aura, the sight of him standing there gave one the impression of grandeur. He lifted his eyes to look at the skies, and his gaze seemed as though it could penetrate through the sky. Assistant Palace Lord, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion bowed and greeted him from aside. This person who had just walked out was the second most powerful man in the Holy Ji Palace, and was third in the Barren Sky ranking. It's time for the next batch's assessment, isn't it? The Assistant Palace Lord spoke in a low tone. Yes. The other man nodded. Are there any good seedlings in this batch? He asked. There are a few, came the reply. They are pretty talented, but they may not be as strong as the disciples from the previous batch. Bai Zhe is already considered pretty good in terms of capability, yet in the previous assessment, he was crushed by 2 other participants. It was a huge emotional blow to him, and I don't think he's walked out of the shadow of that event yet. Training is an individual responsibility. When it comes to one's emotional state, no one else can help him but himself. If he can't let that event go, he's destined to remain average for life. The Assistant Palace Lord mused. Then he asked, What about those 2 from the Battle Sage Palace? How far have they come along in their training? They're both at the peak of the grade 4 noble plane, the elder answered. It's not clear how their battle abilities are at this moment, but with their performance so far, it seems like they'll be very powerful. They're both rare geniuses that you can only find once in a blue moon. Perhaps they'll be of great help to Luli in future. It's just that a senior of theirs from the eastern region of the Barren State seems to have some disagreements with Luli. As you cultivate, you train the heart as well. If Luli can disregard the animosity between Bai Zhe and himself, then hopefully he'll be able to look past these affairs between seniors. The Assistant Palace Lord said. The Battle Sage Palace will nurture them properly. When they reach the peak of the noble plane in the future, then we'll gather the Pavilion Lords for a discussion to permit their entry into the Sage Palace to train. The man at his side nodded in response. Many of the disciples in the Holy Ji Palace thought that the Holy Sage Pavilion would be concerned that Yi Futian was becoming so prominent. This was but an underestimation of how gracious the elders in the Holy Sage Pavilion could be. They were not concerned with the internal competition between the 6 palaces. The competition between disciples was a way to motivate them in their training, and the palaces would not interfere in that. Time's beginning to run out. It's about time to put the marriage between Luli and Zhuge Mingyu on the agenda, the assistant palace lord whispered. The barren state had to have a saint. Many top individuals had failed in the past. Even their senior had failed. Bai Luli was to be their new hope. At the Battle Sage Palace, a few people had appeared by the Golden Cliffs. Yi Futian was there as well and was sitting opposite an incredibly beautiful woman. That woman was Phoenix from the Daozhong Palace. Next to her, white flames hid her figure from sight. A strange area of will fell upon her, making it feel as though she couldn't even move her body. Sage Daozhong once mentioned in his lecture that when we reach the plane we're in right now, integrated energy should come from areas of will. Since everyone has a different perception of energy, the new areas of will created would all be different as well. This is the area of will that I've perceived, Yi Futian said, looking at Phoenix. He then took back his energy. Thank you. Phoenix nodded at Yi Futian in gratitude. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had entered many of the relic's secret realms. This had not escaped the notice of people, and many came to him for training advice. It was just surprising to Yi Futian that Phoenix, who was reticent in nature, would come to him for advice today as well. Phoenix's plane was higher than his. No problem, we can help each other to become better. Yi Futian smiled. I'll take my leave now. If the chance arises, I'll come seek your advice again. Phoenix stood up and turned to leave. Her sleeves fluttered as she moved, adding to her loveliness. Brother Yi, seems like you've got pretty good luck with the ladies. At this moment, a figure moved through the sky towards him. It was Zhongli, another talent who had entered the Holy Ji Palace at the same time as him. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Futian chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, I'm talking nonsense here. Zhongli laughed and threw a glance at the beautiful woman next to Yi Futian. In Yi Futian's second year at the Holy Ji Palace, Mu Jiqiu had come to the Holy Ji Palace's core island from the 1,000 Holy Islands through a selections process. Since then, she would often meet Yi Futian to discuss their training in the celestial way. They come here for the same purpose as you do, Yi Futian explained. Over the past 2 years, he had also gotten closer to Zhongli. Got it. Zhongli chuckled before coming to Yi Futian's side to seek his opinion on problems he had faced during training. Though they could turn to the elders for guidance should they meet with issues during their own training, they found that sometimes hearing about Yi Futian's own experiences in training could inspire them, given that Yi Futian was a peer whose plane was not far from theirs. At the side, Mu Jiqiu watched Yi Futian and Zhongli quietly. After 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, the young man who had once come to the Jiaxing house in order to claim the divine destruction polearm had now become someone who had an incredibly high standing among the disciples of the palace. She knew that within the palace, there were many disciples who declared that Yi Futian would indisputably become first in the law rank in the future. Younger brother, Qijia called out, walking towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at him and responded. Older brother, is anything the matter? It's now the assessment period for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace. Qijia smiled. Those going through the assessment have already stepped out of the divine roads, and many of them are outside the Holy Ji Palace now. Someone asked me to convey a message to you. Who? Yi Futian asked. Your older sister, Qijia replied. A smile twinkled in Yi Futian's eyes, and he asked, What did older sister ask you to say to me? She said to tell you that you were a rascal for not thinking about her for the past 3 years and that you better go and see her tomorrow. Qijia spoke, his expression caught in the middle of seriousness and mirth. Yi Futian was speechless. He blinked before breaking out into a grin. His second older sister was coming. It had been 3 years since he last saw her. Having spent 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, he was excited to find out how everyone else had been while he was away. Chapter 608. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the holy Ji palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. At the foot of the holy Ji palace, there were even more people. Today was the day of the final battle. The talents of the 9 holy roads would fight below the holy Ji palace and fight to the end. Who would be the most brilliant figure this year? Countless people were discussing it. Many of the names were already familiar, but everyone was thinking whether the winner would be an underdog, just like last time. Futian had swept all his opponents as an underdog last time. He'd embarrassed Bai Zhe, second young lord of the White Cloud City, and defeated Huang Jioge in the final battle. Under everyone's shock, he'd taken first place and entered the Holy Ji Palace, becoming Sage Dozhan's personal disciple. This year was a new round. They wondered what cultivation plane Futian, who had entered the pavilion 3 years ago, would be at now. He'd been at grade 9 then. Would he be a mid-level noble now? In the crowd, Qingyuan, chief of the Divine Sky City Starry School, arrived as well. He'd come to see how Futian's cultivation these 3 years had been and also see if Starry School disciples could enter the Holy Ji Palace once again. Long Mu and Gu Yunqi's group joined this trial, journeying down the Holy Road. 3 years ago, they'd followed Futian. Now, they were grade 7 nobles and could hold their own. They traveled down the Holy Road to hear. Long Mu Yunqi, how confident are you? Qingyuan asked the ones beside him. Long Mu was the descendant of his disciple Long Yitian. Qingyuan had high hopes in him. It was just that Futian had appeared and outshone the other disciples. Long Mu seemed to have been affected by the Holy Road last time. He worked harder on his cultivation and had improved greatly. I will try my best, Long Mu answered. He gazed at the vast battlefield. 3 years ago, he'd watched Futian get first place. He knew he couldn't do it, but he'd worked hard to see Futian's back. Grandpa Qin, why don't you ask about me? A bright voice asked. Qingyuan looked over and saw a pretty girl beside Long Mu. Affection filled his eyes. You want to join the fun with your cultivation plane? Mother, Grandpa Qin is being mean, the girl complained to the woman beside her. Is Grandpa Qin wrong? Madame Long said, smiling. The 18-year-old girl was Long Linger. She'd grown up and was beautiful while still being filled with youth. You all bully me. Brother Futian is the best for me. Long Linger thought of Futian and smiled brightly. Mother, do you think Brother Futian can recognize me? Maybe not. Madame Long found it funny. How is that possible? Long Linger made a face at Madame Long. I don't believe it. I might have gotten prettier, but I'm still easy to recognize. Ah, yes. Madame Long shook her head and smiled helplessly. This girl was a lot to deal with. But she was very relieved that this girl could exit the Holy Road peacefully. Long Linger was also in the Upper Arcana Plane, but Long Mu had experienced how dangerous the Holy Road was. Last time, Futian had been there, but this time, Long Mu and Gu Yunqi had taken good care of Long Linger. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Otherwise, she would regret letting this girl go on the Holy Road. Zhuge Mingyu had already arrived on the steps. She was standing in the same spot as before. This year, the Zhuge family still had people in the trial that was still extraordinarily talented. Of course, that wasn't why she was here. She'd come to the Holy Ji Palace to get some air and see Futian and Hua Jieyu. After all, they'd already cultivated in the pavilion for 3 years. Senior sister, what plane do you think Junior is in now? Beidang Xinger asked Zhuge Mingyu. We can ask them after he comes. Zhuge Mingyu smiled. Second senior sister, a voice called from afar. Zhuge Mingyu looked up towards the Holy Ji Palace and saw a group flying over. It was Futian's group. Futian and Hua Jieyu came hand in hand. Yi Xiaoshi, Yu Xing, and Lulan Shui were behind them. Futian soon arrived and Hua Jieyu smiled as she called. Senior sister. Seems like you're living well in the pavilion. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at them. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked great and happy. I'm okay. I just miss second senior sister a lot, Yi Futian said emotionally. Stop acting. Do you still remember me when Jieyu's here? Zhuge Mingyu gave a half-smile. It's been 3 years and you never came to see me. Senior sister, I was busy cultivating so I can protect you sooner, Yi Futian said with a timid smile. Then what cultivation plane are you now? Can you protect me now? Zhuge Mingyu asked. Pinnacle of the grade 4 noble plane. It won't be long before I reach the upper-level noble plane, Yi Futian said. Not bad, Zhuge Mingyu said, smiling. Then she looked at Hua Jieyu. What about Jieyu? Senior sister, I'm on the same plane as him, she said. Xiaoshi, why are you hiding? You don't know me anymore? Zhuge Mingyu asked the Xiaoshi who was in the back. What plane are you on? Senior sister, I was waiting for Junior to finish reporting. I'm grade 3, Yi Xiaoshi said. Junior is catching up. How are you cultivating in the pavilion? Zhuge Mingyu grinned at him. It's the problem of talent, you know? I work really hard in the pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask Junior. Yi Xiaoshi glanced at Yi Futian and fluttered his lashes. Yes. 7th senior brother works really hard, Yi Futian said, nodding. Yi Xiaoshi let out a relieved breath. Zhuge Mingyu looked at them with a half-smile, making the fatty's heart pound in fear. His senior sister's gaze seemed to suspect that he'd been slacking off. Senior sister, is there news about 3rd senior brother? Yi Futian asked. Dead. Zhuge Mingyu's smile disappeared. Yi Futian blinked and saw Bai Tangxing shake his head. Yi Futian felt awkward and resentful. Had 3rd senior brother really disappeared for 3 or 4 years? Or if he hadn't contacted 2nd senior sister ever since he left the Eastern Barren Territory, how many years had it been? How could Zhuge Mingyu not be resentful then? 3rd senior brother must be cultivating crazily so he can go to the Zhuge family with honor. Maybe it's really dangerous outside, Yi Futian said weakly while studying Zhuge Mingyu's expression timidly. As expected, Zhuge Mingyu's expression softened a bit, but she said softly, Don't mind him. Cultivate well and don't be like Shui Yi and Luo Fan. What happened to 4th and 5th senior brother? Yi Futian asked. Don't mention them, Zhuge Mingyu said. Yi Futian became much more confused. What had happened to them? Futian, a voice said below them. Yi Futian looked down and saw Qinyuan's group. Senior sister, I'll go see Chief Chen now. Jieyu can stay with you, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Mingyu nodded and Yi Futian walked out. Lulan Shui also followed. She saw an extremely familiar figure behind Qinyuan. Chief Chen, madam, Yi Futian called while walking over. Yunqi, you're also here for the trial? Yes. Gu Yunqi nodded and smiled brilliantly at Yi Futian. Long time no see. Long time no see, Yi Futian said. Then he looked to the pretty figure on the side. He studied her and asked, Who is this? You can't recognize me? Long Linger fluttered her lashes. Her clear eyes seemed a bit nervous. PSH! Yi Futian knocked against Long Linger's head. Little girl, you've grown up and gotten prettier. Ah, you tricked me. Long Linger jumped up and rushed into Yi Futian's arms. Brother Futian, did you miss me? Hey, you're an adult now. Aren't you embarrassed? Yi Futian stared speechlessly at Long Linger. The girl was 18 years old now. She was a slim and graceful girl. Linger, you still make trouble even after growing up, Madame Long said, glaring at Long Linger. This is my brother. It's okay, Long Linger said, upset. Right, Brother Futian? Seems right. Yi Futian shook his head with a dry smile. Long Linger had been a little demoness when she was little. Now, she was even scarier. Futian, someone came to the Starry School asking for you, so I brought her with. Qinyuan looked to the figure behind him. She was another beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament. Lulan Shui had already walked before her. This woman was the Empress of Lulan. Empress, Yi Futian called, walking up. Yi Futian, come with me. I have something to say. the Empress said before turning to leave. Yi Futian followed with Lulan Shui behind him. The Empress led them away from the crowd. Then she turned and stared coldly at Yi Futian. Empress, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian asked. How is my daughter not good enough for you? Empress, what do you mean? Yi Futian asked. You have a girlfriend, but when I sent Lulan Shui to Book Mountain, I'd already said that you can even take her in as a mistress. Now she's been by your side for so many years. How come she's still only on the side? Have you really ordered her around like a maid? Why are you humiliating her like this? The Empress asked coldly. She was the Empress of Lulan, and Lulan Shui had the high status of a princess. She could give Lulan Shui as a mistress, but Yi Futian still didn't think she was enough. This was definitely humiliation. Yi Futian looked at the Empress, confused and speechless. What kind of mother was this? Thinking of this, he became more upset. You forced Lulan Shui into Book Mountain back then. But I'm the one who mistreated her? Hearing this, the Empress became even more furious. Coldness radiated from her and enveloped Yi Futian. Don't get angry. If we really want to fight, you're not my match anymore, Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone had a temper. You! The Empress roared. A cold storm arrived instantly. A frightening cold spear shot towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there quietly, allowing the icy spear to pierce him without moving. Now, his physical body was very strong. Even if the Empress was a grade 2 noble, he wasn't afraid. However, ancient Lulan's nobles were much weaker than the Holy Ji Palace's nobles, even if she was the Empress. If you keep attacking, I won't be polite anymore, Yi Futian said coolly. The Empress shook in anger, her chest rising and falling. This bastard, she thought. Lulan Shui, come back, the Empress said in anger. Don't serve him anymore. Looking at her mother, Lulan Shui shook her head. What do you mean? The Empress stared at her. He's humiliating you like this and you'll still follow him? You're the princess of Lulan. He's really treating you like a servant and you throw yourself onto him? Mother, I'm doing this willingly. It has nothing to do with him, Lulan Shui said softly. The Empress looked at her, speechless from anger. Then she said coldly, Then I won't have a failure like you as a daughter. With that, she really turned to leave. Lulan Shui ran over, but the Empress waved her hand. Don't run after me. Just follow him. Lulan Shui stopped. She stood in her spot, eyes a bit wet. The Empress' body flashed and quickly disappeared. Her eyes were also damp. She'd asked for Yi Futian's news in Book Mountain and learned about the Divine Sky City's Starry School, so she went there. Then she came all the way to the Holy Ji Palace and learned about Yi Futian's achievements over the years. She didn't bear to do this to her daughter, but she was clear about Yi Futian. He would only go further and higher. In this case, she would just let her daughter go. She could only help Lulan Shui to this point, and she hoped the girl would understand her intentions. Chapter 609. After the Empress left, Lulan Shui remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? After the Empress left, Lulan Shui remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? Lulan, don't think too much. It's not how you think, Yi Futian said. The Empress isn't as heartless as you think. She did all that for you. Lulan Shui froze and looked at Yi Futian with her silver eyes. For her? I've truly been ordering you around these years and I've gotten used to it. I'm sorry. If you want to leave someday, you don't have to worry about me. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He knew how calculating the Empress was. He could obviously see through her intentions. The Empress had already planned to make him feel guilty about Lulan Shui so he would treat her well. She wanted Lulan Shui to keep journeying with Yi Futian. This way, she could see a bigger world. Her current cultivation plane was catching up to the Empress. The Empress obviously knew about this. Thus, she decided to let go completely and let Lulan Shui fly with him. But she was worried Lulan Shui would be treated badly, so she yelled at Yi Futian. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Lulan Shui quickly realized this. Then she looked to her mother's back and sighed inwardly. Had she disappointed her mother? Yi Futian returned to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. As strong cultivators from the 9 holy roads arrived gradually, Yi Futian arrived beside Zhuge Mingyu on the stairs. Futian Jieyu, you'll watch the trial battle with me today, Zhuge Mingyu whispered. She looked forward. The battle would last a few days. Today was only the opening. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. His second senior sister rarely called his name. Something seemed off with her today. Second senior sister, is something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingyu turned towards him. What are you thinking? How can anything be wrong? Really? Yi Futian didn't believe her. Zhuge Mingyu glared at him. Yi Futian's eyes moved away and then back. Second senior sister, if anything's wrong, you can tell Jieyu and me. We can help share your troubles. Zhuge Mingyu reached out to pat Yi Futian's head. Smiling gently, she said, Kid, just work hard on cultivating and reach the sage plains soon. Yes, I will. Yi Futian nodded. These 3 years, I never left the pavilion. I've been cultivating every second of the day. 3 years ago, I was down there. 3 years later, I'm watching the trial with senior sister. I believe that it'll only be a few years before the Barren Sky ranking has my name, not for the fame but to prove some things. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at Yi Futian. She knew what he was talking about. Bai Luli had become 10th on the Barren Sky ranking soon after entering the Sage Plain. Gu Donglu had challenged him once and lost. Bai Luli also had a complicated relationship with Zhuge Mingyu. Yi Futian wanted to prove some things to the world. Of course I trust you. Zhuge Mingyu's smile was warm. You're 25 years old now, right? I still remember how you were only 18 when you came to the cottage. You were so cute. Yi Futian was speechless. Cute? So Zhuge Mingyu had thought he was cute when they first met? Yes, I'm 25. Senior sister, I didn't awaken my life spirit and start cultivating until I was 15, Yi Futian said while looking in the distance. It's been 10 years. These 10 years I went from the beginning stage to now. I'm only a grade 4 noble now, but if I'm serious, I can be at the top of the Holy Ji Palace's rank. If I enter the top-level noble plane, no nobles here dare to say they'll defeat me. His voice was extremely confident. Zhuge Mingyu looked at the handsome side profile and her eyes shone brighter. She knew that Yi Futian wasn't bragging. He just wanted to tell her. Seems like Junior has grown up, Zhuge Mingyu murmured. The 3 years passed in a blink, and she could feel that Yi Futian had grown up. The 18-year-old who'd entered the cottage was now mature. A poem says, if only life can remain how it was at the first meeting, but it's nice to see you grow up bit by bit. Zhuge Mingyu patted Yi Futian's head. Feeling Zhuge Mingyu's gentle hands and affectionate eyes, Yi Futian was speechless. She said he'd grown up, but she was still treating him like a kid. Where was his image? Senior sister, who's the most popular for the battle this year? Yi Futian's gaze moved to the examination grounds. There were countless people now. Most of them would be eliminated. Zhongzhou City's large forces all have talented figures in every generation. It's the same this time. Amongst them, the Shiman clan and the Thunder Courtyard both have one very talented figure. People have high expectations. Other than that, the Yanjiu that you defeated last time has a sister. She's even more talented than Yanjiu and she's here. The Zhuge family and White Cloud City also have powerful figures. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and continued. But no matter how talented they are, they can't surpass the last round. Of course, Yi Futian said, smiling. Look at who was in the last round. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at Yi Futian with pride. She left after the first day. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stayed beside her the whole time, and Yi Futian felt keen that something was wrong. He said many things to her. Some of them seemed arrogant, but Zhuge Mingyu must have understood his intentions. Yi Futian continued watching the other battles because Long Linga was there, along with Long Mu and Gu Yinshi. Long Mu had truly improved greatly these past 3 years, perhaps motivated by Yi Futian. Long Linga was only 18 years old, but she'd already shown her shocking talent as a dragon master. She was even more talented than Long Mu. The battles this year were still spectacular. There weren't any underdogs like Yi Futian and Yu Xing who reached the end, but many talents were still very shocking. Shimin Gu of the Shimin clan was first, while Yan Qingyan of the Sword Saint Mansion was second. She was Yan Jiu's sister. Her swordsmanship was precise and graceful. She'd added her own thoughts to the 9 swords of the Celestials. Third was a pride from the Thunder Courtyard. Last time, neither the Shimin clan nor the Thunder Courtyard had been able to enter the top 10. This time was a boost to their ego. Shimin Gu entered the Holy Sage Pavilion, and Yan Qingwu entered the Sword Pavilion. 3 years ago, the Sword Demon hadn't wanted Yan Jiu, but he was impressed by Yan Qingwu. When the strong cultivator on the steps announced the end of the battle, the vast space fell into an uproar. Some were happy while others were upset. Yi Futian walked down to Qinyuan's group. He looked at Long Linger and saw her grinning. "Brother Futian, how was I?" "Yes, the Daozhong Pavilion made an exception for you. Seems like little Linger has grown up." Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. At 18 years old, she was only in the upper Arcana plane, but Sage Daozhong had personally made an exception to accept her. Clearly, her talent had been very impressive. Sage Daozhong also knew Long Etienne. Coming from the Divine Sky City of the Eastern Barren State, Long Etienne had been on the Barren Sky ranking. He'd been incredible and shone for a while before passing like a shooting star. He saw yet another dragon master in Long Linger. Of course, Long Linger was a bit proud. Qinyuan and Madame Long were also happy. They'd thought Long Linger wouldn't achieve anything and never thought the Daozhong Pavilion would make an exception for her. It was a great surprise. "Long Mu, you did well," Yi Futian said to Long Mu. He'd entered an island on the 1,000 Holy Islands. This counted as entering the Holy Ji Palace too. "I'll catch up to you." Long Mu looked at Yi Futian. The disdain still existed, but it had become his motivation to keep improving. He was especially affected when he saw Yi Futian get first place 3 years ago and had cultivated crazily. "Then you better work hard," Yi Futian said, chuckling. He'd moved on from the past conflicts. Madame Long smiled at these juniors. Her smile was just as beautiful as when she was young. She was obviously happy seeing the juniors like this. Long Mu had finally grown up. In the future, he could be a good and reliable man like her brother, Long Etienne. "Are you going back with me or entering the palace directly?" "Madame Long, I'm not going back." "Mother, tell father that I didn't disappoint him this time," Long Linger said. "Okay." Madame Long nodded. "Your father's strictness was for the best of you. Now that you and Long Mu have entered the Holy Ji Palace, you must cultivate well." "I will," Long Linger said. "Mother, don't worry. I have brother Futian and sister Jiayu here. Futian, you'll have to take care of this girl," Madame Long said. "Madam, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Linger," Yi Futian said. "I obviously don't worry with you." "All right, go on now," Madame Long said. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Gu Yunxi. "Yunxi, don't be disappointed. You can cultivate well in the Starry School too." "Yes, I will." Gu Yunxi nodded, but how couldn't she be disappointed? She'd already worked hard, but it still wasn't enough. "Chief Chen, madam, I'm going now." Yi Futian bid farewell to everyone and took Long Linger into the Holy Ji Palace. It wasn't just them. Many entered the palace directly instead of going back. With Yi Futian and Hua Jiayu, there was no need for the guards to lead the way. The group soared in the sky. "Linger, I'll take you around the palace," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Long Linger's eyes glowed with curiosity and excitement. Yi Futian brought her around the pavilion's law power zone. Long Linger looked down and said, "What is that? It doesn't look like a cultivation area. There are so many people there." "That's a law power zone. Some disciples plan battles there. Many enter the law rank there. You newbies are usually more interested in them," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Law rank?" Long Linger was interested. "Brother, I want to go see." "Okay." Yi Futian smiled. The group landed before the law rank and Long Linger rushed to the front. "Brother Futian, you're number 10, she exclaimed. Many people looked towards Yi Futian. The older disciples also looked at him. He'd already entered the rank more than 2 years ago. If he fought again, he would definitely be higher up. Many newbies were looking at him. Was this the winner of the last pavilion battle? You're Yi Futian? A sharp gaze looked towards Yi Futian right then. Yi Futian glanced over and saw a pretty girl dressed cleanly. Her entire body radiated with sharpness, giving her a different kind of beauty. This was Yan Qin Wu, second of the battle and Yan Jiu's sister. Yes. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. It's because of you that my brother returned soulless that year. Someday I'll challenge you, Yan Qin Wu said. I'll be waiting, Yi Futian said, smiling. He didn't mind. His mindset was completely different from 3 years ago. Number 1 from the last round? Someone muttered, standing before the law rank with his back to Yi Futian. It's a pity I wasn't in the same year. Many people looked at the speaker. It was Shimen-gu, the winner of this year. Was this newbie challenging his senior? Yi Futian glanced at him. He was really arrogant, but Yi Futian didn't mind. The winner of the battle would definitely be arrogant. If you're in the same year, you won't be anywhere near number 1, Long Linger said. Shimen-gu turned around. He looked at Yi Futian and then gazed at Long Linger. Chuckling, he said, You're Long Linger, right? Yes. Long Linger looked at Shimen-gu, not liking his eyes. Look at who's number 1 on the law rank, Shimen-gu said. Long Linger looked and saw that the name at the top was Shimen Hanjiang. Shimen-gu continued, My brother entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago, and he was first in his pavilion battle. I entered this year and I'm first in my battle. He chuckled before walking away. If you pretty girl wants to find someone to kiss up to, you can come to me. You. Long Linger looked at his backside. Her expression changed slightly. Yi Futian glanced at the law rank. Shimen Hanjiang was a strong competitor. If he could be first on the law rank, he was naturally very talented. The Shimen clan had produced 2 winners of the pavilion battles. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. Wait, Yi Futian uttered. Shimen-gu paused and looked up at Yi Futian. Yes? Apologize, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Chapter 610. Shimen-gu stared at Yi Futian, though Yi Futian continued to turn his back on him. Shimen-gu stared at Yi Futian, though Yi Futian continued to turn his back on him. 2 people who had been first in the admission examinations of their respective admissions batch actually got into a conflict on their first encounter, and the reason was the newbie provoking the senior. The crowd all had befuddled expressions. It was common for the seniors in the Holy Ji Palace to bully the newbies, but it was uncommon for the reverse to happen. However, Shimen-gu was the first in the admission examination, and his brother, Shimen Hanjiang, was also the first on the law rank. As such, he had nothing to worry about, and he arrogantly provoked the previous batch's first ranking in the admission examination, Yi Futian. Of course, Shimen-gu might not understand Yi Futian, but the people from the Holy Ji Palace understood him very well. This was an indomitable person who dared to face all the disciples in the sparring session in his first year as a Holy Ji Palace's disciple. Moreover, he defeated Lian Yuqing as a grade 8 noble, causing the 5th on the law rank to keep a low profile while cultivating in the future. In the next 2 years, Yi Futian had not clashed with anyone, so his ranking on the law rank was still 10th. Now there was someone who was provoking him. Moreover, that person was Shimen Hanjiang's younger brother. This made many people thrilled. It seemed like something exciting was about to happen. The prideful fellow had not fought anyone in 2 years. How could he possibly allow Shimen-gu to belittle him? What if I don't apologize? Shimen-gu looked at Yi Futian and said. He was not worried and was even a little exhilarated. Although Yi Futian's cultivation level might be higher than his and Futian was definitely stronger than him, he felt that it was a good idea to fight him and experience the strength of the previous batches first. As for the other repercussions, he did not consider them. After all, although Yi Futian was 10th on the law rank, Shimen-gu's brother was at the top of the law rank. Yi Futian turned and looked at Shimin-gu, smiling and saying, "If you're unwilling, I don't mind teaching you some respect." Shimin-gu looked at Longlinger, who was standing beside Yi Futian, then smiled and replied, "Is that so? But I don't see anything wrong with what I said." As he finished, the entire area froze up and became exceptionally quiet. Many people's gazes landed on Yi Futian. He was not someone with a good temper. "No problem," Yi Futian smiled and replied. He then raised his hand and stretched it out in Shimin-gu's direction. In an instant, an exceptionally violent aura descended upon him. It was the strength of combined wills. The heavens rumbled and a spiritual chi storm started brewing, sand flying around Shimin-gu's body. Shimin-gu immediately released his spiritual will, but in the next moment, he felt a horrifying will descending upon him. His body hardened and he was unable to move. Shimin-gu's expression became panicky, and he attempted to break free from the spiritual will. However hard he tried, he was unable to do so. It was as though the area around him had completely frozen and his body was completely suppressed. Yi Futian stepped towards Shimin-gu gradually. Although his speed was slow, the crowd behind him was all startled. After more than 2 years, Yi Futian had finally fought someone again. But what was this overwhelming spiritual will? It was like a horrifying force had been created by combining spiritual wills. Shimin-gu was in trouble. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't have strict rules, so the seniors often bully the new disciples. When I entered the palace, I kept a low profile because I knew that I was unable to defeat them, so I hate it when the seniors bully the newbies. Today, I am going to do the thing that I hated. Yi Futian looked at Shimin-gu and said calmly, "That is because some people really deserve it." As his voice landed, he swung his palm outward and the wind started billowing and turned into a palm print. With a giant smack, it landed on Shimin-gu's face and sent his body flying, a distinct palm print on his face. Silence. The first in the admission examination, Shimin-gu, had been slapped by Yi Futian on his first day in the Holy Ji Palace. This was a feat that probably nobody would ever achieve again. Shimin-gu stood up and wiped the blood around his mouth. He raised his head and stared cruelly at Yi Futian. "You humiliated me intentionally?" Shimin-gu clenched his fists and growled. "It looks like you understand how it feels to be humiliated." Yi Futian had no pity for him and did not feel that he had gone overboard. It did not matter how arrogant the first in the admission examination was, since he was arrogant as well. However, he had dared to say such humiliating things to Longlinger and had no remorse. He could only let Shimin-gu feel the impact of his actions. Shimin-gu laughed mockingly and said, "You're a senior. Since you said that the Holy Ji Palace has no rules, it's fine if you humiliate me. However, have you thought of the consequences?" As he said that, he looked derisively at Longlinger, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He would remember this slap. "It looks like you haven't learned your lesson," Yi Futian said calmly. Then, his arm stretched forward and a giant palm appeared in the air, grabbing Shimin-gu by the neck. Shimin-gu wanted to dodge, but his body could not resist. The giant palm lifted Shimin-gu's body across the air and slammed him into the ground. With an ear-splitting crash, Shimin-gu's body was violently smashed into the ground and his body shuddered vehemently. "Yi Futian, you dare bully me like this? My brother will not let you off," Shimin-gu said ruthlessly. However, as he finished, the earth started to shake. A figure ran wildly from the distance, and many people raised their heads to look at the person. They saw a burly figure land beside Shimin-gu and grab him by his shirt. Shimin-gu lowered his head and saw a pair of emotionless eyes with beastly rage in them. The expression in those eyes was as though they were looking at a dead person. Shimin-gu felt his body go cold. What kind of eyes were those? However, this was the Holy Ji Palace. Who would dare treat him like this? When they saw the figure appear, many people grieved for Shimin-gu. He had just entered the palace and had not understood Yi Futian before provoking him. What a tragedy! In the next moment, Shimin-gu felt his body being flung, and with a giant crash, his organs felt as though they had shattered as he was crushed vigorously into the ground. Moreover, the other party did not stop and smashed him into the ground repeatedly. Many people could not bear to continue watching. Shimin-gu was probably the most tragic first in the admission examination in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. He had barely been in the palace for a couple of hours and he had already been brutally defeated. Blood streamed from Shimin-gu's mouth and his brain stopped functioning. On his first day in the Holy Ji Palace, his views had been flipped upside down. How could this be? He was the first in the admission examination, the most outstanding among this batch's disciples. His brother was the first on the law rank. How could the other party humiliate him with no reservations? He did not understand. Yu Sheng! Futian shouted. If that fellow continued, he might really disable Shimin-gu. Yu Sheng heard his voice and stopped, then threw Shimin-gu on the ground and walked over to Futian. He did not mention Shimin-gu but said, "Teacher wants us to go over." "Okay." Futian nodded and then said to Hua Jieyu, "Jieyu, you bring Linger to the Daozong Palace. I won't be sending her." "Okay." Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. Futian walked over to Shimin-gu's side and said softly, "You can go and tell your brother about today's incident. If he wants to look for me, that's fine. I'm just going to remind you, if you dare to insult Linger again like you did today, I will make sure that you are unable to stay in the palace." After saying that, he looked towards Long Linger and said, "Linger, your cultivation is the weakest in the palace. If anyone bullies you, come look for me." Long Linger nodded her head solemnly. Big brother Futian was more handsome than before, big brother Yu Xing as well. She had not noticed that he was this handsome in the past. She would have another idol from now on. Futian left with Yu Xing, and Hua Jieyu also flew off with Long Linger. The surrounding crowd looked at the figure lying on the ground. After 2 years, they had finally seen Futian and Yu Xing in action again. How overbearing! That tone, it was as if. Many people reeled in shock. Did Futian's words mean that he did not fear Shimin Hanjiang? Now, Shimin-gu was probably doubting his entire life. Tough luck, he had provoked Futian. In the crowd, Yan Qingwu watched the incident with an equally stunned expression. Was this how things were in the palace? Was that the Futian who defeated her brother back then? What a deep impression he left. In the Battle Sage Palace, Futian and Yu Xing made their way to the Battle Sage Hall. "Master!" the two of them shouted as they saw Sage Dojan. 3 years, not bad. Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and smiled. He then asked, "Yu Xing has already made it to the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Which level can you reach now, Futian?" "The 17th level," Futian replied. "How many acupoints can you open from the incomplete Heavenly Manual's 7-star acupoints?" Sage Dojan continued asking. "The same as Yu Xing for acupoints," Futian replied. "That's more than me." Sage Dojan smiled and looked at his two disciples. He then said, "Teaching disciples is not my specialty. Although I've taken you two in as disciples, the truth is that all your cultivation is your own effort. Now I will teach you two a body-enhancing technique for battle. It is extremely strong, so make sure to learn it properly. Futian, I've heard that you specialize in all elements. However, Yu Xing, you will have a chance to enter the Saint Plane with body refining. Don't waste your potential." Yu Xing nodded. He also knew that his physique was superior to others and was a natural warrior. Body refining was indeed very suitable for him. "Prepare yourselves." The eye in between Sage Dojan's brow chakra opened again, and a gleaming light emitted from it, heading straight towards Futian and Yu Xing's brow chakras. Following that, images flooded into their brains. In their heads, they saw what looked like a god. Sage Dojan stood in the air, naked. His frame appeared to be bigger, like an ancient god. What was even scarier was the gleaming light around his body. An unparalleled shadow appeared. It was an imposing golden figure. The Dojan body can create a martial arts body and provide astonishing power. It is an unstoppable offensive ability. A voice sounded in their heads. Next, the cultivation method and things to look out for were all imprinted into their brains. Futian and Yu Xing closed their eyes, taking it in silently. The incomplete heavenly manual combined with the Dojan body created Sage Dojan, who is 7th on the barren sky ranking. Your potentials are both higher than mine, so your achievements will definitely surpass the 7th on the barren sky ranking. Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and said softly. He had high hopes for both of them. Chapter 611. The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yu Xing within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yu Xing within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The prestige of being the champion of the law battle had originally been unspeakable. Even though they might have suffered some oppression or bullying due to being a lower plane, none had ever suffered what Shimengu had been through, getting trashed after being there for just 2 hours. Shimengu was then ridiculed as the most pitiful champion of the law battle in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt rather excited at the news, as both Yi Futian and Yu Xing had not been seen in action for 2 whole years. Many wondered if their first battle after all that time to teach Shimengu a lesson would earn them the wrath of Shimin Hanjiang, the one who ranked first on the law rank. Everyone thought it would be interesting if Shimin Hanjiang were to avenge Shimengu. Were Yi Futian and Yu Xing trying to provoke Shimin Hanjiang? Their action of trashing Shimengu was a sign saying they gave no face to the champion of the law rank, Shimin Hanjiang. Shimin Hanjiang eyed his brother while they were in the Holy Sage Pavilion. His eyes looked rather cold doing so. Other than Shimin Hanjiang, there were also other students of the Holy Sage Pavilion present, such as Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. Him again. Bai Zhe's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If anyone was said to hate Yi Futian the most, it would have been none other than Bai Zhe. We were preparing to welcome Shimengu, we never thought. Zhuge Xing said as he saw Shimengu lying there in a bloody mess. He really showed no mercy at all, just as arrogant and reckless as he has always been. Brother, crush him! Shimin yelled as he looked at his older brother. You shut up! Shimin Hanjiang berated him coldly. You dare pick fights with the law-rank disciples of the latest batch as soon as you get in the palace? Did you really think you were invincible just because you're number 1? He knew how terrifying Yi Futian was. Yi Futian had been a grade 8 noble all those years before, but he displayed immense talent like none other. While he did not actually fight with anyone, there was no doubt about his talents, be it martial arts, sorcery, or music. All were immeasurably superb. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten now that he had become a grade 4 noble. Shimengu's picking a fight with Yi Futian as soon as he got into the palace was little different from trying to make a death wish come true. I said little more than 2 lines. I never knew those two could have been so vicious. Shimengu's eyes were practically filled with hatred. 2 lines, you said? Shimin Hanjiang retorted coldly. You deliberately insulted a girl, and you didn't see that to be an act to provoke him? You said you wanted to know how powerful the champion of the last batch was, and now you know. Tell me, how does it feel? Shimengu was speechless. He had meant to provoke Futian after all. Let what happened this time to be a lesson for you. Put your pride aside from here on out when you're in the palace, and be diligent in your training. Shimin Hanjiang said coldly. Shimengu's knuckles went white. So that's it. Take him to rest. Shimin Hanjiang said to someone around him, and Shimengu was carried away from where he lied. Shimin Hanjiang looked in the direction of Battle Sage Palace. While there was no doubt that Shimengu was indeed the one at fault, it was also true that Yi Futian went too far. Brother Shimin, are we going to just let this slide? Bai Zhe asked as he looked at Shimin Hanjiang. Since he is already at such a level now, it'll only be a matter of time before we clash. He probably won't miss this year's sparring sessions, Shimin Hanjiang said calmly. His main objective at the moment was to make it into the ranks of saints, as he was already at the pinnacle of noble playing. The fact that Shimin Hanjiang was not nominated by the Sage Palace was an obvious indication to him, saying that he, despite being the one ranked first on the law rank, was not someone of exceptional caliber like Hua Fan of the previous generation. He failed to prove himself worthy of entering the Sage Palace. No one else said much after that, but Zhuge Xing quipped. Alchemy City is inviting forces from all over Barren State to witness their ceremony. Are any of you seniors interested in going? I'm preparing to train behind closed doors. As such, I won't be going. In the case of all of you, however, this would prove a great chance for you to train and get exposed, as mighty ones of all kinds will gather in Alchemy City, Shimin Hanjiang said. The Holy Ji Palace was a comprehensive, self-sufficient place in itself. Most nobles simply trained within the palace, and rarely made contact with the outside world. However, if an opportunity presented itself, the Holy Ji Palace's members were free to venture outside. Alchemy City was highly renowned and held an important status in the Barren State. The city never participated in the Holy Ji Palace's selections, and the city served as the symbol of the southwestern region of Barren State. Many nodded lightly. The trip to Alchemy City this time was indeed seen as one worth making. Mighty ones from all sorts of places in the Barren State, other than the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple in the southernmost regions, would probably gather in Alchemy City. The members of the Holy Ji Palace felt rather disappointed, however, that the predicted fight between Shimin Hanjiang and Yi Futian was not going to happen. They had, after all, been anticipating a clash of the titans. However, the news that Alchemy City was about to hold the Alchemy Conference spread out from the palaces and pavilions, taking the entire Holy Ji Palace by storm. Yi Futian knew of the news through the mouth of Sage Dozhan. Alchemy Conference? Yi Futian eyed Sage Dozhan in the temple. Indeed. The Alchemy Conference is the largest armorer competition in Alchemy City, and everyone below the Sage Plane is invited to the event. It is held only once in 10 years. Forces from all over the Barren State are invited by Alchemy City, and the Holy Ji Palace is, of course, among the ones invited. However, as Alchemy City never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes, the elders of the Holy Ji Palace saw no need to give them face. You people, however, are free to visit them, Sage Dozhan said. I'm not an armorer. What is the use of me attending the event? Yi Futian said, showing that he had little interest in it. The armorer competition will be a gathering of mighty ones from all over the Barren State. You have been training in the Holy Ji Palace for more than 3 years. Don't you want to go outside and have a look at things? Sage Dozhan smiled as he said, finding it impressive that despite Yi Futian's youth, he was hardly bothered by loneliness. Do you wish for me to go, teacher? Yi Futian asked Sage Dozhan. I do indeed. Sage Dozhan nodded. I will make the trip then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Very well. Sage Dozhan smiled. The act of cultivation through the refinement of one's body is a lifelong process. This isn't to say that one stops developing their physical body upon becoming a sage. Rather, the higher you go, the steeper the requirements will be on your body. By then, even the resources the Holy Ji Palace are able to provide will not necessarily fulfill your needs. Furthermore, it isn't possible for you to just keep staying in the Holy Ji Palace. Alchemy City has the finest armorers in all of the Barren State. You will be able to find powerful body-refining implements in Alchemy City, and so, it will do you good to make friendly relations with the people of Alchemy City. It was obvious at that point that Sage Dozhan had other intentions. Yi Futian felt rather speechless at his teacher's blatant intentions and plans for Alchemy City. Teacher, I heard that the City Lord of Alchemy City is ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. But why is it that Alchemy City has such a prestigious status in Barren State? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity. First of all, that would be attributed to their prowess as armorers. Forces everywhere probably have needs that can only be fulfilled by the city. Second, it would probably due to the city itself housing many super ritual implements. While the city lord of that place might only be ranked 8th on Barren Sky ranking, the additional kick provided by ritual implements might have just made them someone few dare touch. Needless to say, no one dares invade the city's territory. Alchemy City is where it is today due to all of those reasons, Sage Dozhan elaborated. I can find holy ritual implements there? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled with an unusual sheen. There had been saints throughout the barren state, and the three great schools were of the lineage of a saint. The Holy Ji Palace's Sage Palace was probably no exception. You will indeed. Sage Dojan nodded. Yi Futian came to understand why Alchemy City's status was so prestigious. Besides, as Alchemy City has invited the Holy Ji Palace to participate in the event, all 6 palaces and pavilions have informed their students about it. Many of our students will probably head there, Sage Dojan added. All right. Yi Futian nodded. I'll ask around and see if anyone wants to make the trip with me. Yes, you should, Sage Dojan said. The news of the armorer competition from Alchemy City spread far and wide in the Holy Ji Palace. Many came asking about Yi Futian, and the news of Yi Futian's participation of the event soon reached everyone's ears. Many mighty ones gathered at the Battle Sage Palace that day. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Yu Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Su Kei, and Zui Qianqiu were all present. The silhouette of 3 girls made their way through the air, and everyone's eyes sparkled. All 3 were top-class beauties, and they were none other than the 3 beauties from Daozhong Palace, Hua Jieyu, Yun Xuexing, and Phoenix. With the exception of Xiang Jiqing, 3 out of the 4 were present. So, it seems like Sister Yun and Phoenix will be going to Alchemy City as well, Hua Jieyu said with a smile to Yi Futian. As fellow students of Sage Daozhong, it was natural that all 3 of them had become familiar with each other over the past 3 years. Welcome, Yi Futian said with a smile. While he and Yun Xuexing had a rocky start, their feud was long over. Yun Xuexing was still unable to break into Sage Plane even after working at it for 2 years, and it was only natural that she had wanted to go outside for a bit. Wait up, Brother Yi. A few more figures were seen coming through the air. It was Zhongli and the others, fellow students who entered the Holy Ji Palace with Yi Futian. All of them had been helped by Yi Futian one way or another in their training over the past 2 years, and they all gathered at Battle Sage Palace. Are you going, Zhongli? Yi Futian asked. Yes, indeed. My place is near Alchemy City, and I'm rather familiar with the area, Zhongli answered with a smile. Zhongli came from the Zhong clan of the Separation Road, which was near Alchemy City. Let's head out together then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Yi Futian was among the ones of the lower rank in their current party. He was the one with the lowest plane when he entered as a grade 9 noble. 3 years had passed, and he became a grade 4 noble, but the others were training as well. There were grade 3 nobles among them, and the stronger ones had even become grade 2 nobles. Yun Xuexing had been at the pinnacle of the noble plane all that while. The party was indeed a fearsome one, as many hailed from top forces from all over Barren State. They leaped into the air and quickly vanished into the clouds. Sage Dojan and Sage Jingang stood looking in Battle Sage Palace after they left. Sage Jingang was seen with a smile, saying, That batch from 3 years has indeed become quite formidable. This time, it's no longer the Holy Sage Pavilion being the center of things, but Yi Futian. That guy really has a way with things. Yi Futian was the one with the lowest plane among his party. However, the current way things went spoke volume of his natural prowess and talent, as well as his charisma. Shimin Hanjiang is far from capable of such feats. He lacks the decisive advantage which allows him to make those of the same batch submit to him. Hua Fan, however, accomplished something like that. Yi Futian will probably succeed Hua Fan. Maybe he will someday become like Bai Luli, a symbol of one whole generation in the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Dojan elaborated with a smile. Chapter 612. The western region of the barren state looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all, Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. The western region of the barren state looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all, Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. White Cloud City reigned supreme in the northwestern region, while Alchemy City was situated in the southwestern corner. Alchemy City's influence encompassed all surrounding areas. Many top forces forged amicable relations with Alchemy City. Alchemy City was also immensely grand and luxurious. It was as if the entire city was made out of ritual implements. The designs of the buildings there differed greatly from those of other regions. In Alchemy City, many buildings served as ritual implements themselves. Intensely thick spiritual chi was found within Alchemy City, and the concentration of metal and fire elements were especially strong. Countless mighty ones gathered at that incredibly old and renowned city. Many more kept arriving in the city by air. With the armorers' competition held once in 10 years about to commence, it was a grand event comparable to the Holy Ji Palace's recruitment. Top forces throughout the barren state gathered there, and the ones from southwestern regions were particularly eager to participate. The finest armorers from all over barren state also gathered at the city to show their mettle. It should be known that the prize of every armorer competition ever held had been incredibly terrifying. Many were even given the chance to become the direct disciples of the city lord of Alchemy City, and the one individual who reigned supreme was even given an opportunity to marry a princess of the city lord office. As such, many flocked to participate in the event. However, the ones ranked in the top 3 in every armorer competition ever held mostly consisted of the top forces of Alchemy City, and there had even been ones emerging from the city lord office. While the number of people who specialized in making armaments was comparatively low in the barren state, but the sheer size of the barren state meant that there was still a considerable number of them gathering at Alchemy City. The armorer competition was seen to be, without a doubt, the most prestigious event for armorers in barren state. There was simply no other event comparable. A line of mighty ones appeared in the airspace of Alchemy City. They were members of Nantian House. While Nantian House was quite a distance away from Alchemy City, the trip was seen to be a must. The godly spear of Nantian of the Nantian House was renowned throughout the barren state, and the very spear among the godly spears held by the lord of Nantian House was crafted by none other than the armorers of Alchemy City. As such, it was only natural that members of Nantian House participate in the event. Many of the top-class ritual implements throughout the barren state, like the godly spear of Nantian, originated from Alchemy City. As such, many top forces respected Alchemy City. Members of Mortal World arrived as well in their air warships. The sovereign family of Zhongzhou arrived to participate in the Alchemy Conference event. Needless to say, the Sacred Fire Sect, the Zhong clan and others who originated from the southwestern regions, all arrived early in Alchemy City. Many mighty ones also came for another reason, to see if there were useful divine arms and ritual implements to be traded in Alchemy City. There was no doubt that the ritual implements from Alchemy City were the best in the barren state. 2 more figures were seen flying into the city in the air. Both of those figures were at the pinnacle of the noble plane. One looked dashing and handsome, and the other exuded a rather pompous aura. "Fourth brother, are you really planning to participate in the competition?" one of them asked. "Not me, us," the other answered. "But we can't make stuff?" The one who started the conversation shrugged. "But you are good with fire, aren't you? There is little difference between cooking and making things. I have read a lot of books and tried to catch up. I will know what to do," the one called fourth brother answered. "Are you messing with me? How can that work, fourth brother? We have come so far and there is nothing else I can do. We'll have to participate whether we like it or not. But you're the one pulling all this, not me. Fourth brother, you can't just rope me into this. Luo Fan, if you weren't the one egging me on, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. Are you really trying to sit around and do nothing?" These 2 were of the Eastern Barren Territory Cottage, the 4th disciple, Shui Yi, and the 5th disciple, Luo Fan. "Shui Yi, how can you say that?" Luo Fan glared at Shui Yi. "Well then, why don't we just go beg second sister then?" "To hell with that." Shui Yi glared at Luo Fan. "I don't have the gall to do that, and besides, what good would that do? If you're not going to participate, I'll smack you down right here, right now." "Fourth brother, you're too much," Luo Fan said rather dejectedly. How can you bully someone like that? We are brothers, no? We share the credit and blame, and we sink or swim together. Shui tapped Luo Fan at the shoulder as a consoling gesture. Luo Fan turned and looked at Shui dejectedly, saying, But you sure didn't have me around where there was credit to be had. Credit, hell no! Shui cursed at Luo Fan. Luo Fan sighed and lamented at his fate. Futian's party had arrived at Alchemy City, flying in Alchemy City's airspace, tall and proud. Zhongli, does all of Alchemy City fall under the influence of the City Lord office? Futian asked. He knew little about Alchemy City and was able to see so far that it was a city of magnificent prestige and influence. No. Other than the City Lord office, there is another powerful force with substantial influence in this most renowned place in the southwestern region, the Emperor family. Zhongli elaborated. They call themselves that? Futian looked rather funny as he asked. The Emperor family of Alchemy City has influence on par with that of the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City. Zhongli added. It's said that in ancient times, the ancestor of the Yu family, which is the City Lord clan, was best friends with the Emperor family. They were both saints and armorers when they came to Alchemy City. In later days, the Yu family retained the armorer lineage and talents of the ancestors, while the Emperor family emphasized the cultivation of their own powers, leaving their armorer lineage behind. Both forces maintained very good relations and competed with each other, ruling the renowned city in the barren state together. Their relations stayed amicable, even to this day, and it was common for members of both families to marry. The City Lord of Alchemy City ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, while the head of the Emperor family ranked 12th. Both forces never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes. They made it out solely on their own. Zhongli continued. Furthermore, exceptionally talented individuals emerged frequently from both forces, and it was said that one of the exceptional talents, capable of going against the heavens, has emerged. Rumors sat that person rivals the likes of Bai Luli, and the Emperor family has pinned great hopes on them, hoping that they will one day to become a saint. Futian nodded. The barren state was a vast place, and while the Holy Ji Palace was a sacred ground in the barren state, it was not the only one. Huang Jioga of the sovereign family refused to train in the Holy Ji Palace. The likes of Alchemy City and the Ice Temple made it on their own as well, and mighty ones emerged one after another from their ranks. They thought themselves to be able to meet many excellent armorers participating in the event this time. Will many forces from Barren State come? Futian asked. Many will. Zhongli nodded. The armor competition is a festival for armorers of the noble plane like none other. Some of the best armorers will stay behind in Alchemy City, but there will also be a substantial number of great armorers being bought away by outside forces with hefty prices, becoming their personal armorers. When they become sages one day, those armorers will go on to craft something befitting of their status and power. Understood. Futian nodded. It was only natural that any top forces lacking good armorers wanted to recruit from here. The event will be held in several days. Anywhere else we can go? Futian asked the members of his party. We'll go see if there are any good ritual implements for sale and have a look around since we're already here in Alchemy City, Suke said with a smile. Ritual implements were what Alchemy City was most famous for, after all. You have a point. Futian nodded with a smile. He glanced at Huajiayu beside him and thought of finding something to give to her as a gift. However, while the stock of spirit stones on his person was indeed substantial, it would still probably be inadequate as it was still the best sage ritual implements they were talking about. But many of the ones around him were known to be incredibly rich. Should I just go all out and leech on them? But wouldn't that be rather inappropriate for someone as principled as I am? Futian thought. There are few renowned spots in Alchemy City. The two most famous ones are the Sky Treasure Tower, established by the City Lord, and the Alchemy Casino. The Sky Treasure Tower houses many top-class ritual implements to be bartered for. The Alchemy Casino also houses much powerful stuff, but the interesting part about the place is that it is still a casino. Every ritual implement can be acquired by betting something of equivalent value, like powerful spells, techniques and methods, other precious ritual implements, and so on. They can be used to trade and gamble fights. Zhongli then added. The casino was the most popular place in the city in every armor competition. Won't we end up emptying the place if we were to participate? Yi Futian asked, looking rather shocked. Zhongli glanced at Yi Futian without saying a thing. Just what is with this guy? Easy for you to say. The rules of gamble fights are determined by the casino, as they are the house, after all. As such, they almost always end up being the winner. But those who gathered here for the event were all incredibly confident people, Zhongli said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Looks interesting. Yi Futian looked at everyone around him, and some looked interested. The casino it is then. Very well. Zhongli nodded with a smile before taking the entire party there. The Alchemy Casino was located at the center of Alchemy City. It was indeed the most popular place in the city, and it was said to have very powerful backing. The city lord office and the emperor family, as well as many clans and forces, were rumored to be the ones backing the place. As such, no one ever dared kicking up a fuss with the casino, as it was no ordinary casino. The Alchemy Casino was incredibly lavish, grand, and magnificent. One stepped into the place and one was able to tell it exuded the bearing of a royal palace, flocked to by countless people. They kept moving forward and saw many flock to their left side. There were 3 ritual implements placed on a piece of rockery seemingly made of jade, a short sword armor, and a long whip. All 3 exuded aura of sage ranks. All ritual implements found in the Alchemy Casino are sage ones? Yi Futian asked with a rather shocked expression. Indeed. Zhongli nodded. Noble ritual implements have no appeal to truly mighty ones, and anything of equal value is nothing the casino would bother forking out. As such, everything found here are sage ritual implements. Yi Futian felt rather interested. The sage ritual implements were simply placed where they were without any concern about them being stolen. That fact alone spoke volume about the casino's confidence, and that in turn meant that their backing was very terrifying. Everything found as they moved forward was tremendously precious. They were not even allowed to go near them, as there were matrices to keep them aloft. Yi Futian saw a fearsome golden spear before him, which seemed to have whipped up an appalling storm. The tip of the golden spear emanated light of destruction, where one could somehow see a terrifying black hole. No one dared go near the weapon. Many gathered around the spear, and everyone lifted their heads to look at the weapon that exuded destructive powers. Their eyes burned with a tinge of passion, and it was obvious that the spear was an incredibly precious ritual implement. There is a magical bell. In another corner, a large magical bell was levitating in the air. The light spilled out of it contained terrifyingly destructive powers, and many gathered around the magical bell as well. Yi Futian swept his gaze around and found the place littered with powerful ritual implements. His eyes sparkled. What a nice place to be. Jiayu, if you see anything you like, just pick it out. Wuchen needs a sword as well. Qin Xian and Qinyuan don't lack anything, so there is nothing for them here. Yi Futian's eyes continued shining. Everyone's eyes froze and they stared at him speechless. Is this guy actually behaving like he owns the place? Yi Futian, I see that you've come to Alchemy City. A group of people arrived in the air, staring down at Yi Futian's party. They were members of Nantian House. Nan Hao, Nan Feng, Nan Yu, and all the others were there. Let's go. Yi Futian kept going forward without paying them any attention. Can't you hear what I said? Nan Yu's expression turned rather sour seeing Yi Futian ignore them. Yi Futian spared a glance at Nan Yu and said plainly, Who do you think you are, talking down at me like that and whatnot? Chapter 613. You! Nan Yu pointed at Yi Futian, his face livid, never expecting to be insulted in front of everyone. He was, after all, still a member of the Nantian house and was of the noble plane. He never thought Yi Futian would have grown even more arrogant and contemptuous. You! Nan Yu pointed at Yi Futian, his face livid, never expecting to be insulted in front of everyone. He was, after all, still a member of the Nantian house and was of the noble plane. He never thought Yi Futian would have grown even more arrogant and contemptuous. Nan Hao and Nan Feng eyed Yi Futian coldly, thinking that the law battle champion had indeed grown increasingly arrogant. He deliberately refrained from making a move against Yi Futian on the Holy Road, due to wanting to see where Yi Futian would end up with Hua Jieyu after they made it out of the Holy Road. Nan Yu had never expected him to defeat Zhuge Xing and crush Bai Zai, emerging as the ultimate dark horse by becoming the champion. Yi Futian then entered the Holy Ji Palace and became a couple with Hua Jieyu. Furthermore, many who entered along with Yi Futian were by his side, even Su Yu, who had defeated him. Yi Futian spared a glance at Nan Yu and saw that the elders of Nantian House were there as well. However, he did not care about their presence and continued to eye Nan Yu sarcastically. Nan Yu was all high and mighty as he deemed others to be below him, and now Yi Futian thought it best to have Nan Yu taste his own medicine, humiliation and ridicule. Yi Futian, the law battle champion, to enter the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. Many turned their eyes to look at them, mainly Yi Futian. They were guessing if the incredibly handsome young man was Yi Futian or not. He was able to beat Bai Zai and Huang Jiuge 3 years ago, earning his place as the law battle champion. 3 years had passed since, and he should have grown even stronger. Many mighty ones who were browsing ritual implements far away came near them, and Yi Futian expectedly found many familiar faces among those people. There were Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world, Yan Jiao and his entourage of Sword Saint Villa, and even Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect. All of them had participated in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace, and many came to the Alchemy Casino that day. The air turned rather peculiar in an instant with their presence. Bing Yi, Xie Ji and Yan Jiao, after all, lost to Yi Futian once. The students of the Holy Ji Palace are here. Many more came and laid eyes on Yi Futian's party. The eyes of the spectators all burned with brimming brilliance, speaking of their extraordinary bearing. The Holy Ji Palace was considered sacred ground in the barren state. While many top forces did not participate in the examination battles of the palace, the students of the Holy Ji Palace proved to be quite an attraction no matter where they went. Yi Futian scanned the crowd and smirked before taking his steps forward again. Everyone around walked with him. The only reason the students of the Holy Ji Palace are here is definitely because of the ritual implements, and to get the prizes in the Alchemy Casino. These students need to do battle. With that said, will we all be getting to see the Holy Ji Palace students fight? Many wondered. Yi Futian kept walking around for a bit before stopping somewhere. Yi Wuchen had his eyes on a short sword floating in the air before him. The weapon felt like a shadow, shimmering in and out of existence and emitting dazzling light. It was a ritual implement capable of containing a life spirit. Yi Wuchen's life spirit was none other than a small silver sword, and it was only natural for him to halt there. I want that sword. How do I go about with the gamble fights? Yi Futian pointed at the sword and said. A group of people came by. They were all in golden attire, and the leader was an elder of immeasurable strength. His eyes turned to look in another corner, seeing a swordsman from the Sword Saint Villa standing right there, exuding terrifying will of sharpness all over. The Sword Saint Villa intended to take the sword as well. If you want to go on with the gamble fight, one of you needs to do battle with the one from the Sword Saint Villa. So, who is up for this? The elder explained with a smile. A battle between the Holy Ji Palace and the Sword Saint Villa would surely bring a crowd. Yi Futian looked at the other party and came to suddenly realize what Zhongli said. The rules of the gamble fights were set by the casino, and it was impossible for the house to lose. For instance, the battle between them and the Sword Saint Villa. Both sides needed to pledge something of equal value to the sword, which would then be measured by the house. What they both would offer would have to be something the casino would like more, which meant the value of whatever was offered needed to exceed the value of the sword. As such, if they were to reach an agreement with the Sword Saint Villa, the casino would still emerge as the winner, regardless of who won the battle. Furthermore, the battle between the Holy Ji Palace students and the students of the Sword Saint Villa would surely attract attention. Yi Futian cast his gaze at Yan Jiao and smirked. You want to try again? Yan Jiao eyed Yi Futian with eyes as sharp as a sword. While Yan Jiao had improved a lot over the past 3 years, there was no way Yi Futian would have been sitting around doing nothing. Yanjiu was not sure of his chances of winning. Both disciples of the Tingxue swordsman and the Wuji swordsman were unable to fight previously. How about? The elder opened his mouth with a smile as he eyed on Su Kei and Yanjiu. Yi Futian glanced at the elder. A cunning old fox indeed. If those two disciples of the great swordsman were to fight here, it would surely cause quite a fuss. I'm fine with anything. Su Kei shrugged. Yanjiu eyed Su Quebec. He looking for a sure win in gamble fights like these, and there was no certainty he would emerge as victor if he was to be pitted against Su Quebec. How about you pick between me, Su Kei, and Yu Sheng? Yi Futian intervened. He did not bother asking about Yanjiu's playing level. He resorted to make his own measurements with things. As the heir of Sword Saint Villa, Yanjiu's results from training for 3 years would be formidable. Yi Wuchen's chances would be slim if he were to fight, as Yi Wuchen's plane was definitely lower than Yanjiu's. I'll pick Yuxing, Yanjiu said as he pointed his finger at Yuxing. He lost to Yi Futian back then, and Yuxing lost to Su Quebec. Yuxing's combat capacity was utterly terrifying, but Su Kei had been able to fight Yuxing and win by combining his speed with sword techniques. Yanjiu's sword attacks were as fast as lightning, and he deemed himself of being able to accomplish what Su Kei did back then. Deal. Yi Futian smirked. Yuxing glanced at Yanjiu plainly, his eyes colored with a tinge of ridicule. The sword was something forged by a sage, a high-class sage ritual implement. What do you offer as a bet? The elder looked at Yi Futian's party. The Guqin score of Lu Guangxing, the 9-fingered Guqin devil, mesmerize, Yi Futian said. That will do. The elder nodded with a smile. The 9-fingered Guqin devil was a senior from the previous generation. His song, Mesmerize, was notorious in all of Baron State as many top-class figures fell under the song. It was deemed a worthy bet, and it seemed that Yi Futian was incredibly confident about the battle. Please, if you would. The elder led the way. Yi Futian and his party moved and everyone around them began to move in the same direction. Someone beside the elder asked the elder, How about we make a bet on the fight? That is a given. The elder's eyes sparkled. There was no way that there would be no bets with one such battle. The odds? 2-1 if Yuxing wins, 1-2 if Yanjiu wins, the elder said with a smile. Wah! The pupils of the eyes of everyone around dilated. You have that much faith in Yuxing? Yanjiu was famous, and that was further compounded by the fact that while Yuxing was formidable, he had lost to Su Quebec. Such odds would have had most betting on Yanjiu. If Yuxing lost, they would have lost a big one. Relax. The elder then left with a smile on his face. He deemed that there was no way that Yuxing would lose. The odds he put were simply to have people bet on Yanjiu. As the game was set, many in the Alchemy Casino bet on Yanjiu in a crazed rush. Yanjiu was a top-class genius, and the heir of the Sword Saint Villa. While he did lose to Yi Futian's emergence as number 1 in the battles meant that there was nothing surprising about Yanjiu's loss. While Yuxing was indeed formidable, he ended up losing to Su Quebec. As such, the odds of both people should have been even. However, since the odds were set in such an imbalanced manner, most would have bet on Yanjiu. Of course, there were still quite a number of people who refrained from betting. The casino was clever, and they deemed it wise to be on their guard. There were definitely reasons for them to place so much faith on Yuxing. The Alchemy Casino had specialized platforms for holding gamble fights. Both Yuxing and Yanjiu stepped onto the platform and found themselves surrounded by countless people. There were many who were unable to personally witness the fight for entry into the Holiji Palace, and it was only natural they were now excited to witness Yuxing, who was already studying in the palace, fight Yanjiu. Those scum from the Alchemy Casino! The members of Sword Saint Villa looked livid hearing about the odds. Are they trying to insult the Sword Saint Villa? 1-2 and 2-1, the difference was 4 times. Yanjiu knew of the odds. He stood covered with intense sword aura on the platform, sporting very cold looks. Please, the person hosting the fight said. The sword aura covering Yanjiu burst, covering the entire platform in his sword might. As a superior noble, he was far stronger than he used to be. Incredibly dazzling swords were conjured in the air, and each and every one shone with golden light. Their collective weight seemed comparable to mountains as they floated above Yu Xing's head. It was as if they were going to fall on him. Such strength! Many of the spectators were excited. While it was common for sages to fight in the casino, fights between top-class geniuses were rare instead. The fearsome sparkle of swords flashed in Yanji's eyes as he pointed his finger. 9 tremendously heavy swords fell straight down at Yu Xing. Yu Xing looked up. Layers of light burst from his body shortly after, as if piercing through his body. He stomped on the ground and his body rumbled in response. Gloomy and ruinous star acupoints opened, drawing out terrifying power from his body, as if dark golden storms whipped about. Boom! A heavy sword was seen coming for Yu Xing. He took the sword with both his hands. Many trembled at the sight as the heavy sword got closer and closer but was surprisingly stopped by Yu Xing's hands. He held his ground as the clothes on his body burst from terrifying sword aura. A tremendously stout bronze-colored body was seen, brimming with intense power. Many saw Yu Xing simply pick up the sword and fling it away, hitting the other 8 swords falling onto him. Wah! Many witnessed the scene in shock, and those who bet on Yanjiu began to have a bad feeling about things. Rumbling sounds of explosions sounded out as the heavy swords were destroyed one after another. Flashes of swords shot out from Yanjiu's eyes, and beams of dark and light swords zipped through the air. Yu Xing's stout body was, however, covered in dark golden demonic armor. The swords tore through his armor, yet his physical body was like armor as well, as it went on to withstand the onslaught from the swords without budging. Yanjiu's swords of light and darkness were tremendously fast and ferocious. While their damage potential was not as strong as the heavy swords, their sharpness was such that they were still capable of cutting down foes with one slash. However, they failed to pierce through Yu Xing's defenses and physical body. Yanjiu's eyes continued to glare at Yu Xing. He did not expect Yu Xing to have grown so much over the past 3 years. Chapter 6:14. Yanjiu's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword wool around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. Yanjiu's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword wool around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. The swords hummed as Yanjiu took to the air and pointed his finger forward. 9 extremely blinding flashes of swords zipped through the air in an instant, heading for Yu Xing. The sword aura flowed like a great river, completely covering the space between them. Yu Xing stomped his feet on the ground. The light around his body shone in an even more dazzling manner as he reached out for one of the giant swords. The sword headed for him with the full intention of piercing through him. However, it ended up stopping in its tracks, caught between Yu Xing's hands. The tremendously sharp sword aura tore through everything around him and hummed loudly as if it was trying to tear his hands apart. Yu Xing's hands seemed to have conjured another pair of giant palms. The dark golden-colored palms pinned the sword in its place. Both hands seemed to have gone through the entire body of the sword as they did so. That is some sheer brute force like none other. The hearts of many were stunned. That is the body refinement techniques of Sage Dojan. The art opened up the 7 star acupoints. The ruinous star, flirting star, gloomy star, and the other acupoints enable power to permeate 7 major points of the body, including both of the user's arms and legs, allowing the use of sheer power like no other. Some powerful sages looked at the battle thinking to themselves that despite being sages, this was a battle to be noted in all seriousness. Terrifying sword aura tore through everything in its path as it headed for Yu Xing, and then attempted to pierce through him with incredible force. However, the sword aura still failed to cut through Yu Xing's physical body. Back then, Suke had been able to make Yu Xing submit by using sword techniques in conjunction with intricate body movements. Yanjiu had wanted to imitate what Suke did but then discovered that Yuxing's body had developed to become much more sturdy and powerful than it had been back then. Boom! A fearsome light was seen. It was the light conjured by Yanjiu's sword, which Yuxing threw back at him with his bare hands. It was indeed a show of brute force like no other. The platform shook in response. Yuxing made his way to Yanjiu by stepping onto the swords. Sword flashes like none other flowed about Yanjiu's body. A giant sword that seemed to be out to destroy the space between them and crush the earth appeared in a dazzling flash, cutting the sword that was thrown back in a single, clean stroke. Yanjiu's body seemed to have become part of that cleaving sword itself as he swung at Yuxing, who was heading for him. It was the embodiment of sword and swordsman cutting everything in its way. Boom! Yuxing's body seemed to be covered by the shadow of a devil devouring all spiritual qi around him. His body burst into dazzling brilliance as he lifted his arms and reached out for the giant sword coming his way. Many in the audience stood up at the scene, stunned by Yuxing's strength. The very next moment, Yuxing's hands trapped the sword swung at him. The giant sword cut through the air with a force capable of splitting the earth, yet it was stopped dead in its tracks by Yuxing's hands. It was as if the devil was holding up a godly weapon. It was a stunning scene like none other. "Cut him!" Yanjiu yelled in fury. Sword aura gushed about as the giant sword attempted to finish its job, yet Yuxing seemed entirely unperturbed. His hands slid along the sword as he moved forward, and in one single step, he descended upon Yanjiu like a bolt of lightning. Yanjiu looked utterly dejected as he threw away his sword and turned into a sword flash, backing away. However, Yuxing's movements seemed to be faster than a lightning bolt. He descended upon Yanjiu in mere moments before he lifted his fist up high and brought it down on the swordsman. Bam! The dark golden fist tore through the space to reach its target, and the attack landed hard on Yanjiu, sending him flying. Yanjiu slammed down on the platform, spitting blood from his mouth as he yelped. Yuxing landed on the ground with a spectacular boom, looking as if a devil had descended upon the platform. He lifted his head to look at the elder and asked, "Where is the sword?" "Fetch the weapon," the elder said. A figure was seen holding the sword in both arms, walking onto the platform and handing it to Yuxing. Yuxing took the sword and walked down from the platform, returning to Yi Futian and handing the weapon to Yi Wuchen. "Good work." Yi Wuchen took the weapon without any hesitation. "You are indeed giving away ritual implements." Zhongli, who was standing nearby, was rendered speechless. It was no wonder why Yi Futian had been so confident. What Yanjiu did was no different from handing them their prize indeed. However, many eyes coldly looked in the party's direction, especially those from the Sword Saint Villa and those who had bet against Yuxing. How is it possible for that asshole to be so powerful? He became even more terrifying. The mighty ones from Mortal World and Nantian House noted to themselves as they looked at Yuxing. The young man's mastery of the demonic arts had made him a formidable being 3 years ago. That, coupled with the newly learned body-refining techniques, allowed Yuxing to simply take Yanjiu's sword head-on. "Ha!" A laugh came from the elder from the alchemy casino. He looked very pleased with himself at the moment, smiling from ear to ear. The one who benefited the most from that battle was not the victor, Yuxing, but the elder's casino. While the sword that was traded away was a high-class sage ritual implement, the price the Sword Saint Villa paid was just as valuable. The gamble that he set up with the spectators earlier also made him quite a lot of money. That was spectacular. A battle truly befitting of the status of the students of Sage Dojan and Wuji swordsmen. While Mr. Yan lost the match, the strength that was demonstrated definitely held up well to the reputation of the Sword Saint Villa, the elder said in an attempt to make the outcome seem less embarrassing for the Sword Saint Villa. "The alchemy conference is about to begin and many mighty ones will come, even cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. Shouldn't the casino show a token of appreciation or something?" someone from the crowd quipped. The elder smiled and replied, "There are still many top-class sage ritual implements in the casino. Would you all like to have a look? Well, bring them out already." The eyes of many sparkled. "Just wait for a moment. I will make the trip myself." The elder flashed and left the place, returning after a while. Several other elders followed him, all of whom had an incredibly fearsome aura. One walked onto the platform and waved, conjuring a ritual implement in the air above the gamble fight platform. It was a scepter of coldness. When the ritual implement was unveiled, a terrifying will of coldness swept through the air, covering the entire platform in a cold, white frost. The currents of cold continued to emanate from the scepter, making their way into everyone's bodies. Futian's body was seen covered with a layer of frost, and he was able to feel the coldness seeping into his mind. The Hail Scepter. A ritual implement capable of assaulting one's mind and obstructing the casting of spells. It is also an item with very potent control abilities. The elder introduced the weapon, and the eyes of many burned with excitement. The ritual implement showcased on the platform was then put away, before another walked onto the platform and unveiled another ritual implement. It was an article of clothing as thin as the wing of cicada. It was a clear, dazzling, and brilliant. A girl who was dressed skimpily went up and put the ritual implement on. It covered her white skin in an instant, as if having melded to her skin. A layer of brilliance shone about her. The elder who stood beside her used a palm attack on her. While the girl was sent flying, many were able to see that the ritual implement conjured layers of dazzling light screens, which looked as if the majority of the power of the attack was being absorbed. It is a defensive ritual implement crafted with extremely painstaking effort. It is capable of dispelling most of the force dealt onto it, be it spiritual attacks, spells, or physical attacks. Many looked on with excitement, especially with the girls showcasing it. It was a defensive ritual implement with very high practical value. The third ritual implement was unveiled later, an incredibly dazzling green bead. Threads emanated from the bead as it spun in the air. Its radiation permeated the space, encasing everyone within the vicinity, and making them feel as if they were under a very powerful control spell. The only difference was that no one was in control of that spell. The Telekinesis Pearl. The most valuable treasure for spirit elementalists, especially those specializing in the use of telekinetic control. The item amplifies one's mental powers, granting a huge boost to abilities of both offensive or defensive nature. The elder finished his introduction. His people packed up all the introduced ritual implements. The excitement in the crowd is obvious, as all three treasures were indeed top-class sage ritual implements. The elder spared a glance at Futian before turning to look at Hua Jiyu, who stood right beside him. His intentions were unreadable. The telekinesis pearl would have served as a huge boost to a divine spiritual sorcerer, especially one at such a level. Futian took note of the elder's eyes. Is that old guy trying to lure me into fighting a battle myself? The casino would begin another game. If Futian, a law battle champion 3 years ago, were to fight, the house would then find an opponent who was of great popularity. It was anyone's guess how many would bet on that game. Futian had thought himself able to profit at another's expense when he heard of the alchemy casino. He came to believe himself to be naive, as no casino would have been able to become the largest in Alchemy City if it was run by fools. There are still other treasures that have yet to be unveiled. The three were but a preview, a taste for mighty ones who came from near and far, especially the students of the Holy Ji Palace who have come to Alchemy City. I will make these treasures available tomorrow for gamble fights, and I welcome all to try their hand. The elder smiled and said, That old fox. Many people cursed under their breath. No one had expected the gamble fights for those treasures to be held the next day. It was obvious by then that all that had happened before this was simply a marketing maneuver. It was not hard to imagine what the place would look like when more mighty ones flocked to the casino. The number of competitors would shoot through the roof. All are still welcome to tour the casino today and see if there is anything to your liking. If you see anything you like, you may inquire. The elder elaborated gallantly. Futian spared a glance at the elder, thinking him to be a sly one. In that case, we will come back tomorrow. Futian rose and smiled, before turning around to leave. As anticipated by many, what happened in Alchemy Casino that day spread through all of Alchemy City like wildfire. The interests of many were piqued hearing about the arrival of students from the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Xing, who had become a student of the palace, went on to crush Yan Jiao in the casino. Many thought the Holy Ji Palace lived up to its reputation as the sacred ground of the barren state, as Yu Xing's improvement was evidently far greater than Yan Jiao's. So then, just how powerful have Yi Futian and Su Ke gotten? Furthermore, what the casino had just showcased made many people's hearts pump. However, it was also obvious that only those with immense talent and those of top-class forces, or powerful sage-level figures, would have had the privilege of participating in such gamble fights. Common people would not be able to offer anything of equal value as bets. The alchemy casino clearly targeted the geniuses or figures of the highest levels. Top-class sage figures would not participate easily in gamble fights. As such, only proud sons and daughters were deemed capable of drawing mass attention. As anticipated, mighty ones from all walks of life arrived at the casino the next day. Even mighty ones from the sovereign family in Zhongzhou City were there, and Huang Jiuge was among those people. He looked incredibly dashing and eye-catching as he walked into the casino. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten in the past 3 years. Chapter 6:15. The alchemy casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The alchemy casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The alchemy casino had a good background, so they obviously could bring out ritual implements of this level. But taking 7 out at once was extremely generous. They were preparing to make the biggest trade-off since the alchemy conference. They wanted to use these 7 top ritual implements to trade for treasures of the same level from the big figures of top forces. After all, the alchemy casino didn't lack ritual implements. They maximized their interest through betting on battles in the casino. Yesterday, news had already started spreading and it caused a commotion. Today, many top forces of Alchemy City arrived gradually. Some very powerful sages had arrived too. After all, even sages would be tempted by treasures of that level, but they knew that the alchemy casino's target wasn't them, it was the descendants of the top forces. Senior sister, hail scepter suits you. The strong cultivators of the mortal world stood together in the crowd. Chu Shang told Bingyi, "Go for it." When the elder had taken out the hail scepter yesterday, she'd thought that it really suited her senior sister. 3 years ago, Bingyi had been embarrassed at the pavilion battle and lost to Yi Futian. Later, Yi Futian won first place. This proved that it wasn't because Bingyi wasn't talented enough. Instead, Yi Futian was too powerful. Bingyi nodded. That hail scepter indeed suited her, but there were too many strong cultivators here today. They came from the east of the Zhongzhou lands while this was the west. This wasn't their main city. The top forces of the west were all here. "Xiqin, which treasure do you want?" "I'll give it to you," someone in the crowd said. His tone was very arrogant. He had long fiery red hair and looked handsome and domineering. Seeing him, no one found his words strange. He was qualified to talk like that. The woman beside him was indeed Xiang Jiqin of the Holy Ji Palace. Looking at the handsome man by her side, she said, "I don't need anything. Jiqin, if your brother-in-law wants to give you a gift, just accept it. Choose any of the treasures here and he'll figure out how to get it," the beautiful lady beside Xiang Jiqin said. She looked similar to Xiang Jiqin. Dignified and beautiful, she was on Xiang Jiqin's level. However, compared to Xiang Jiqin's youthfulness, she looked more mature. This was Xiang Jian, the other princess of the Xiang kingdom. She'd already married Li Futu of Fire Mountain's Fire Emperor Palace. The handsome red-haired youth by her side was indeed Li Futu. He'd come from the vast Fire Mountain and was one of the West's top prides. He was in the top 3 of his generation in the West. One could imagine how powerful he was. Then that shirt. Xiang Jiqin pointed at a beautiful women's ritual implement shirt instead of saying anything. She'd heard that Yi Futian's group had arrived as well. Yi Futian had unmatchable talent in the Holy Ji Palace. She didn't know how her brother-in-law would compare. "The sovereign family has arrived," At that time, many eyes looked over and saw the sovereign family walking in the crowd. Is Huang Jioge the most talented of this generation from the sovereign family? He was second in the pavilion battle 3 years ago, but he didn't cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Many eyes fell upon Huang Jioge. The sovereign family. A young man's eyes fell upon Huang Jioge at this time. He smiled. The sovereign family calls themselves the descendants of the queen, but they couldn't even get first place in the battle. He lost to someone of a lower cultivation level. I think it's just empty talk. Everyone turned to focus on him. Who was brash enough to mock someone from the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City? But when they saw the speaker, it made sense. It was Di Zhou of the emperor family. They were the emperor family while the Huangs were the sovereign family. Thus, many in the barren state would compare the two. The emperors were famous in the west, the sovereigns in the central region. Huang Jioge gazed at the youth and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "Di Zhou," the youth replied. "Never heard of you," Huang Jioge replied arrogantly. Di Zhou didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "You've at least heard of the emperor family's Di Gang, right? The one who's known as the once-in-a-century genius of the emperor family?" Huang Jioge said nonchalantly. Di Gang was known as number 1 of the alchemy city. Even Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace shone dimmer compared to him. "Seems like you know him." Di Zhou chuckled. "Yes, but we haven't fought before. I don't know if his talents meet his reputation," Huang Jioge replied coolly. He was a descendant of royalty, and they were both proud. So what if Di Gang was famous? "You're probably not enough," Di Zhou said nonchalantly. "If my brother participated in the pavilion battle, no one else can be first. I heard that Shimin Hanjiang of the Shimin clan is first on the law rank. I wonder if he'll come to Alchemy City." He used big words, but Di Gang was indeed an extraordinary figure. Everyone in Alchemy City knew him. This was also the Emperor family's territory. Right then, commotion sounded at the back of the crowd. Many people turned around and saw a group walking over. It was Yi Futian's group. Even with the emperor and sovereign families, the Holy Ji Palace was the true mecca of cultivation in the barren state. It gathered the top prides to cultivate together. Yi Futian's group were the geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace. They would obviously be the center of attention. Even Di Zhou and Li Futu couldn't steal their spotlight. Only Di Gang could, if he came. The winner of the battle 3 years ago has come too. Interesting. Many people looked at Huang Jioge. With Yi Futian here, the first and second place of the battle were both here. Yi Futian walked into the crowd and he also saw Huang Jioge. Smiling, Huang Jioge said, "It's been 3 years. How's your cultivation?" "Grade 4 noble," Yi Futian said. "What about you?" "I entered grade 2 not long ago." "You won't be able to win against me anymore," Huang Jioge said, smiling. He seemed extremely confident. "Really?" Yi Futian said nonchalantly. "That's not definite. Many people came from the Holy Ji Palace." Di Zhou gazed at Yi Futian's group. "Other than Yi Futian, who are the others?" Someone beside him said. "Yu Xing, Hua Jiayu, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Huang. That one might be Yun Xuexing. They all entered 3 years ago." Yi Futian glanced at the other. This man knew them quite well and could recognize them all. "How are their abilities?" Xiang Jian asked Xiang Jiqin. "All very strong," Xiang Jiqin said. "Yi Futian hasn't fought in a long time, but 2 years ago, he defeated everyone at the Holy Sage Pavilion's battle podium. After that, he only cultivated. He's only a grade 4 noble, but his true fighting abilities might be at the top of grade 2. I heard that Yu Xing defeated Yan Jiao yesterday. He hasn't fought in 2 years either, and he can't be weaker than Yi Futian. The Holy Ji Palace is the mecca of the barren state," Xiang Jian said. "They're all very powerful. This group entered 3 years ago and they seem to have all matured. But it's okay if they don't take the treasures we want." Li Futu had his eyes on 2. One was for himself. The other, he wanted to give to his sister Xiang Jiqin. He didn't care about himself, but his sister was cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. There were tons of talents, and the pressure must be high. At that time, Futian scanned the treasures with a hot gaze. These were all sage ritual implements. This trip wouldn't be a waste of time. Alchemy City was the top armory city in the barren state. Which do you want? Huang Jioga asked from the side. All of them, Futian said, smiling. These were all top sage ritual implements. There wasn't one that he didn't like. He picked up a brilliant pearl and said, Jiayu, this telekinesis pearl will suit you well. And this defense shirt too. The Hail Scepter too. Everyone stared at him in shock. Was he really spoiling his girlfriend like this? This was crazy. These were top sage ritual implements. Of course they all suited her. Which one wouldn't if he just chose randomly? But was he going to give it all to his girlfriend? Even the ones from the Holy Ji Palace stared at him, speechless. Was this possible? Hua Jiayu fluttered her lashes. Seeing everyone looking at her, she couldn't help but get shy and kick Futian. This guy. Many people were dazed. This must be divine spiritual sorcerer Hua Jiayu. She was just as shockingly beautiful as rumored. Beside her, Huang and Yun Shuixing were all beauties of different styles. There were also the Xiang siblings and the group of girls in the other direction. Today, the Alchemy Casino was a battle of the prides and a competition of the beauties. And if Futian wanted everything, what did he make of the other prides here? Many top figures were present, such as Li Futu, Di Zhou, and Yu Ming, who was extremely talented in armory. There was also a group of strong cultivators from the west and figures from all over. It was difficult for someone to take even one ritual implement with the current setup of the Alchemy Casino, let alone take them all. It was basically a fantasy. The telekinesis pearl must be very helpful for those who cultivate spiritual energy. I like it too, a gentle voice said right then. Many people looked over to see a beautiful girl. She seemed as gentle as water and was movingly beautiful. People could be mesmerized by one smile. This was Su Hongxiu, the virgin of the goddess pavilion. I'll give it to you, a voice said. The speaker was Yu Ming, the top armorer. He would attend the alchemy conference, and was known as one of the top 3 competitors. His abilities were evident. He was infatuated by Su Hongxiu, but so were many people. The girls of the goddess pavilion were all so beautiful and powerful. Many prides had fallen for them, not just Yu Ming. Li Futu wants to give a ritual implement to Xiang Jiqin, his wife's sister. Yu Ming wants to use the telekinesis pearl to win over the beauty. Futian wants everything, and there are top figures from other places as well. This will definitely be a good show. Many people were impressed by the Alchemy Casino's tactics. Chapter 616. Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. In the southwest, Alchemy City was the largest city. Other than that, there was the powerful Inferno City. Fire Mountain was in the west, and its influence reached outward. So many fire elemental forces arose in that area. The armorers of Alchemy City, the people of the main houses, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the Fire Emperor Palace were all skilled in the fire element. On the other hand, the Southern Ice Temple was obviously more skilled in water and ice. It would be hard to take away these top ritual implements. Ha ha! Bright laughter sounded right then. The elder from before brought people over again. Seeing all the strong cultivators gathered here, his eyes smiled. Just as he predicted, these people would definitely come here to compete if he prepared 7 top sage ritual implements. The people of the top forces were all very confident. They also clashed with each other rarely. Thus, they wouldn't miss a chance like the alchemy conference that gathered them all in Alchemy City. He had to exchange his ritual implements for the treasures of the top forces. Plus, they'd also gathered a lot of information and had judged these people beforehand. Setting up the bet like this, they could earn a lot. You are all top prides. Gathered in my alchemy casino, I am so honored, the elder said with a smile. Yesterday, I already introduced 3 ritual implements. There are 4 more today. This sword is the Ghost Shadow's sword. It's the sword that Ghost Sword used. It's thin as a cicada's wing and slices gold as if it's butter. It contains frightening sword intent. As he spoke, he looked towards Futian's group. Ghost Sword's disciple had entered the Holy Ji Palace and was still there. He didn't believe that they didn't want the sword. Hua Jieyu would definitely try for the telekinesis pearl too. This way, the Holy Ji Palace disciples would have to act. The elder pointed at another ritual implement. This is a sun crown. It contains fire essence from the 3-legged gold raven, the sun god's bird. Feel its power. The sun crown hovered in the air, releasing frightening sunlight. Many fire elemental cultivators would compete for this. The wolf fang bat weighs thousands of pounds and is a martial arts ritual implement. The thorns on it are indestructible. It's used to rip through spells and martial arts defenses. It is extremely mighty. This is a golden tripod. It glows with golden light and can transform into countless golden tripods to destroy everything. It can even shatter someone's spiritual energy and contains double attacks. The elder pointed at a huge golden tripod. The 7 ritual implements were all very powerful. They were top sage ritual implements. Now, I will bring these 7 to the battle platform. Those who want it can come fight for it, the elder said, smiling. Welcome. Everyone's eyes flashed. The 7 ritual implements were brought out at once today. The crowd all walked towards the battle platform. The scene was very impressive. The Ghost Shadow Sword is your master's? Futian asked Sei Qianqiu. When I met my master, he was already disabled and didn't have his sword, so I've never seen it. But if the alchemy casino said that, I'm sure it's true. Something flashed past Sei Qianqiu's eyes. He had to get his master's sword back. The alchemy casino is the top gambling location of Alchemy City, Zhongli said. It's also the biggest ritual implement trading center. The most important rule here is honesty. They definitely won't lie, they all keep their words. It's the same for us. If we don't give up what we gamble, you won't be able to leave, no matter who you are. Futian nodded. We must get the Ghost Shadow Sword. The golden tripod suits Zhongli, as well as the sun crown. As for the wolf fang bat, Yuan Zhan should be able to use it. Everyone looked at Futian with strange faces. These were all top sage ritual implements, and they were a big group. Each one would suit at least someone. Do you really want them all? Su Ke stared strangely at Futian. If we don't take it, others will. Let's not waste. Futian said to Su Quebec. That makes sense. Su Ke nodded. But Yu Xing defeated Yan Jiu yesterday, Zhongli said. The alchemy casino probably has a different judgment of our abilities now. They won't let us win so easily anymore. Our opponents won't be weak. Since they lured us here, they clearly hope we'll place bets and fight, Futian said. They won't make things too hard for us. After all, if it's the same as yesterday, the alchemy casino will choose the talented opponents of top forces who are the same as us. This way, no matter who wins, they'll just trade a ritual implement for a treasure. As for the strengths of the two sides, they only worry about the bets. Zhongli and the others nodded. It was true. The 7 ritual implements hovered above the battle platform. They were very attractive. The elder looked to the crowd and said, The alchemy conference is about to start. It's rare for the top forces of the Baron State to be gathered here. Today, the alchemy casino brought out 7 ritual implements for everyone to bet and fight for. If you want something, please stand before the ritual implement, and I will arrange for a fight. Of course, you must agree to it. As expected. Many people's eyes flashed. This battle was designed for the figures of the top forces. These people were the best at attracting the spotlight. Many people walked onto the platform. Bingyi walked to the Hail Scepter. She didn't know who she would fight with, but she had to try for it. Bingyi, virgin of the mortal world. Someone said. Yan Jiu of the Sword Saint Mansion lost yesterday. He doesn't seem satisfied. Yan Jiu walked out of the crowd at that time and walked to the Ghost Shadow Sword. Sieji of the Sacred Fire Sect. Another person walked out. It was Sieji going to the Sun Crown. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace and his wife walked out together. One went to the Sun Crown while the other went to the beautiful armor shirt. Clearly, the couple wanted 2 ritual implements. Su Hongxiu of the Goddess Pavilion went to the Telekinesis Pearl. Yu Ming also went there, saying, "Hongxiu, I'll help you get it." "Thank you, Mr. Yu." Su Hongxiu's voice was extremely gentle. "One could drown in it." "What about the Holy Ji Palace?" the elder said, looking at Yi Futian's group. Today's setup was to make the talents of the Holy Ji Palace participate. They couldn't be missing. Even Li Futi had walked out. "We want all 7 of the ritual implements," Yi Futian said. The elder froze and then smiled. This was the best. Such a big appetite. Dizhou scanned Yi Futian. The Emperor family had stocks in the Alchemy Casino, but this Yi Futian wanted all 7 ritual implements. Could he really take it all? "In that case, I'll have to arrange the battles with much consideration," the elder said, smiling. "No need to make it so troublesome, Yi Futian. Since we want all the ritual implements, we'll definitely give treasures of the same level. You only need to find 7 people who can give treasures of the same level to participate in the battle and arrange one battle. 7 is too complicated." Everyone's chests tightened and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian was very ambitious to want to take it all for himself. "So you mean you want a group battle?" the elder asked. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "We can send 7 people with no problem." "Interesting." Dizhou chuckled. "In that case, count me as one. I'd like to experience the Holy Ji Palace's abilities." With that, he stepped out to the battle platform. He wanted to participate. "Me too." Hearing Yi Futian's words, Nan Hao of the Nantian House also walked out. Yi Futian actually wanted a group fight. He couldn't miss this chance. Everyone's eyes focused on the battle platform. The setup there now was frightening. Li Futu and his wife, Yu Ming, Sieji Yanjiu, Nan Hao, Dizhou, Su Hongxiu, and Bingyi were 9 powerful cultivators. The elder gazed at them and said, "There are only 7 ritual implements. If you all wish to participate, please choose the ritual implement you want." "Hongxiu, leave it to me," Yu Ming said. Su Hongxiu nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Yu." With that, she stepped off. Then Nan Hao went to the golden tripod. Dizhou walked to the wolf fang bat that no one else chose. There was still one extra person. Both Li Futu and Sieji wanted the Sun Crown. "Sieji, don't compete with me. You can't win," Li Futu said emotionlessly. Sieji's eyes hardened. He truly wasn't Li Futu's opponent. "Fine, I won't compete for the ritual implement, but I still want to be part of the fun. I'll participate in this battle for another ritual implement." "Are there any?" Sieji asked the elder. "Of course. Then you'll gamble for another top ritual implement. If you win, you can choose any one you wish. If you lose, you'll have to give up a top-level sage ritual implement," the elder said. "How is this oral vow?" "Good." Sieji nodded. "The conditions are the same for everyone else." "Agreed?" The elder looked to Yi Futian again. "Agreed." Yi Futian nodded. "In that case, what will you all gamble for this battle?" the elder asked. "The soul Guqin of the 9-fingered Guqin Devil, musical piece Mesmerize, my polearm of divine destruction, the Sun Scripture and the Shadow Scripture," Yi Futian said. "Anything else?" the elder asked, smiling. "The sword ghost techniques," Zai Qianqiu said. He wanted the ghost shadow sword this time, so he had to bet something as well. "The phoenix pill that my master created," Phoenix said. The elder's eyes flashed. The undying old man's phoenix pill was extremely valuable. "Is that enough?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes, enough." The elder smiled. He was very satisfied with these wagers. Then he looked to the people on the battle podium. They all reported their wagers, making the elder's smile grow brighter. The surrounding people were all shocked. They'd all invested fortunes. Finally, both sides of the battle must agree. The elder looked back to Yi Futian's group. Chapter 617. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. All right. The elder commanded them. You all say your cultivation levels. Immediately, the 8 experts on the gamble fight arena reported their cultivation levels. Of the Li Futu couple, one of them was a grade 1 noble, the other was a grade 2 noble. Yu Ming, grade 1 noble. Di Zhou, grade 3 noble. Xie Ji Yanjiu, Nanhao and Bingyi. The 3 of them had taken part in the admission examination battle 3 years ago, so Yi Futian knew a little about them. Li Futu is from the Fire Emperor Palace and is extremely strong. In the region around Alchemy City, only Di Gang's reputation exceeds his. Yu Ming is an elite armorer and specializes in matrices. Be careful. Li Futu's wife is Xiang Jichin's sister, and Di Zhou is Di Gang's younger brother. Although he is only a grade 3 noble, he is also rather formidable. Zhong Li introduced them to Yi Futian. There are 2 grade 1 nobles in the gamble fight arena, while we only have 1 grade 1 noble. Moreover, only Su Ke is a grade 2 noble, the rest are grade 3 and grade 4 nobles. We are in too much of a disadvantage in our cultivation levels. I would like to borrow the strength of someone else, is that all right? Yi Futian looked at the elder and asked. Who? The elder asked. Huang Jioga. Yi Futian replied and his gaze landed on Huang Jioga. He smiled and asked. We're already at the Alchemy Casino, aren't you interested? Huang Jioga had a shocked expression. He was surprised that Yi Futian would invite him as an ally in battle. He looked at the people on the gamble fight arena. He also wanted to try it out, so he replied. Sure, I'll join you in battle, but you have to settle the wager yourself and accept the result of the battle. Of course, if you still wanted the spoils of victory, I wouldn't have looked for you. Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. Huang Jioga was speechless. Was this how wretched this guy was? What about the other people participating? The elder asked again. Me Yuxing, Su Ke, Huang Jioga, Yun Shuixing, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and Phoenix. Yi Futian replied. 1 grade 1 noble, 2 grade 2 nobles, 3 grade 3 nobles, and 2 grade 4 nobles. Do you have any objections? The elder asked the people on the gamble fight arena. None, Li Futu replied nonchalantly. Sure. Yu Ming also nodded his head. The others had no complaints as well. They had 2 grade 1 nobles, Li Futu and Yu Ming, giving them a huge advantage. Li Futu's battle ability was undisputed and Yu Ming was an expert in matrices. Xiang Jian was also very strong. Coupled with the other 5, they felt that their lineup was extremely strong. Then it is settled. I will give all of you 2 hours to plan your tactics. The battle will begin in 2 hours, and the victor will be able to take all the ritual implements with them. The elder smiled and said. Many people snorted at his words. Giving them time to plan their tactics? More like giving the casino time to open up their betting house. However, this match was really something to look forward to. Out of these 16 people, half of them were geniuses from elite factions while the other half had 7 Holy Ji Palace disciples and Huang Jioga. A battle of such grandeur got the crowd really excited. Who would win this battle? The elder walked to one side and had a quiet discussion with some people. This battle was a group battle and was extremely complicated, so they needed to seriously consider the odds. On the surface, Li Futu's group had a stronger lineup with higher cultivation levels. The most prodigious duo from the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and Yu Xing, were only grade 4 nobles, but their battle strength could definitely not be considered the same as a normal grade 4 noble. Huang Jioga, Su Ke, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and Phoenix could be compared with Di Zhou, Yanjiu, Xie Ji, Nanhao and Bingyi. The former 5 should be slightly stronger, but the difference would not be that big. If Xiang Jian was added to the latter 5, it would be enough to make up the difference. What would be left was Li Futu, Yu Ming, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yun Shuixing. Li Futu's battle ability should be higher than Yun Shuixing. After all, Yun Shuixing was not that famous in the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Ming was a matrix sorcerer. Apart from his own battle ability, he could set up matrices to boost the battle ability of his entire team. If his whole team's strength went up a notch, it would immediately resolve Di Zhou, Yan Jiao, and the other three's weakness and turn it into an advantage. Therefore, Li Futa's lineup was likely to be stronger when considering the entire picture. What was left would operate the betting house. Soon, the odds were released. The casino had offered a 1-to-1 payout for both sides. The whole casino was in an uproar and countless people rushed to place their bets. Although the elder in charge of the betting house was there were people repeatedly coming forward to report the situation. Today's match had attracted an innumerable number of experts, and the bets would reach a shocking amount, which was why he had specially allocated an hour for people to place bets. 80% of the bets are on Li Futa's team. If Li Futa's team wins, we will incur a huge loss, the elder frowned as he thought. The initial opening of the betting house was to assess the situation. As he had expected, because the strongest two members of the Holy Ji Palace had the lowest cultivation levels as grade 4 nobles, the majority of the crowd did not favor them, especially with Li Futu and Yu Ming's reputation in the Alchemy City region. In such a scenario, the casino needed to balance the odds well. If they felt that Yi Futian's team would win, it was worth the gamble. However, they did not feel that Yi Futian's team could win. This was different from Yu Xing's fight with Yan Jiao. Adjust the odds, the elder said decisively. Soon, the news had spread that the odds had been adjusted. Li Futa's side had their odds adjusted to 2-to-1, while Yi Futian's side was 1-to-2. Evidently the odds favored Li Futa's side heavily. These bastards! Those who did not manage to place their bets in time cursed. They had wanted to place bets, but they did not expect the odds to change so quickly, and it had changed to a difference of 2 times. It looks like the Alchemy Casino is also optimistic about Li Futa's victory. The majority of the crowd must be betting on them, even at a 2-to-1 payout, many people thought as they continued to place their bets. After Li Futa's group heard about the odds, their expressions did not change. This was well within their expectations. However, Yi Futian's group was surprised. It looked like the majority felt that they would lose. As time passed, information continued to be transmitted to the elder. Soon, the odds changed again. Li Futa's group had changed to 4-to-1, while Yi Futian's group was now 1-to-4. Bastard, I'm not betting anymore! Someone shouted in a rage. There was no point in betting on a 4-to-1 payout. There was too little to earn. Why not? A voice sounded. The person who had shouted raised his head and saw a handsome teen smiling at him. It was Yi Futian. 1-to-4, you can bet on us. Yi Futian smiled and said. His gaze then turned to the elder on the viewing stand and he asked, Senior, can we place bets as well? You can only bet on your own victory, the elder replied. This was to prevent people from losing intentionally. However, this was an uncommon sight for geniuses like Yi Futian. From a value standpoint, those who participated in the gamble fight were not allowed to place bets, but it was inevitable for participants to get others to place bets for them. Therefore, the Alchemy Casino would supervise the participants to ensure that they did not lose intentionally. If the casino found any such cases, they would not live to walk out of the casino. Yu Sheng, 7th brother, don't you all have ritual implements? The opportunity has come. Yi Futian smiled and said. 1-to-4, it seemed like they would be able to be well equipped with ritual implements after this. Alchemy City is a good place indeed, Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart. If that is so, I will partake too. Huang Zhouge smiled and said. Did you not consider me when you allocated the ritual implements? Suke smiled and asked Yi Futian. You're from the Tingshui house, after all. Why would you lack ritual implements? Yi Futian replied, looking at him disdainfully. Then why did you ask me to battle? Suke saw Yi Futian reply with a matter-of-fact expression. Do you know how rare it is to get a chance to battle? I'm thinking of you. Moreover, you can place a bet now. Yi Futian replied righteously. Suke was speechless. As expected, it was impossible to reason with a shameless person. He could only place bets using his own treasures. Does anyone have something good that I could borrow to place bets? Yi Futian asked the people around him. Yun Shuixing glared at Yi Futian. Her impression of Yi Futian had gotten better, but now it had reverted to the first time they had met, shameless. I'll lend you this. A gentle voice sounded. A brilliant flame illuminated beside Yi Futian, and the cries of a phoenix could be heard occasionally. A horrifying aura was released and countless gazes looked towards Phoenix. At that moment, Phoenix was covered in an exceedingly beautiful phoenix feather dress that perfectly fit her body. It got further from her body bit by bit, and eventually flew into a storage ring which Phoenix then passed to Yi Futian. Little sister! Yun Shuixing shouted. Aren't you scared that he'll lose your treasure? Isn't it just 1-4? If I lose, I'll pay for it. If I win, I want a portion of the winnings. Phoenix smiled gently and said. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to the elder and asked, How much is this ritual implement worth? You can pick 4 ritual implements from the alchemy casino, the elder replied. Okay. Yi Futian nodded his head. The alchemy casino had a gargantuan organization behind them, and its wealth was beyond imagination. Alchemy City was definitely the richest place in the barren state. The surrounding people were all watching, and as they saw Yi Futian confidently betting all his treasures, many people started to waver. Let's just gamble that they can win. Many people thought this as they continued to place their bets. 2 hours passed by quickly, and the elder nodded after hearing the final report. After the 2 rounds of changing the odds, the situation had been reversed. With the bets that the casino had taken in now, if Li Futa's team won, the alchemy casino would earn a huge sum, but if Yi Futian's team won, the casino would incur a huge loss. Evidently, the alchemy casino expected Li Futa's team to win. The alchemy casino knew about Li Futu and Yu Ming's strength. Moreover, Dizhou was also very strong. Li Futa's team had no reason to lose this grand gamble fight. Please take your places. The elder looked at both parties and said. Immediately, Li Futa's group stepped onto the gamble fight arena. Yi Futian's group also moved rapidly into the arena. The group of 16 people, the geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace versus the prodigies from all over the barren state. Everyone got into position in an instant. Li Futu, Yanjiu, Nanhao and Dizhou stood at the front and were responsible for the assault. Bingyi, Xieji and Xiangjian stood into the middle, supporting the team with their spells, and Yu Ming stood at the back, preparing his matrices. Yi Futian's group also got into their positions. Yu Xing and Yuan Zhan stood at the front, Su Kei on the left, Huang Jioga on the right, Yi Shaoshi, Phoenix and Yun Shuixing at the back. Yi Futian's position was right in the middle. Chapter 618. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. The geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace versus the elites of the barren state. Who would be the victor of this battle? Countless people held their breaths and stared at the battle arena. This battle would definitely cause a commotion in Alchemy City. It was extremely rare for a battle of such a scale to take place before the Alchemy Conference. Li Futu's reputation was renowned in the region. Dizhou was the younger brother of Di Gang. Although he did not have as much potential as Di Gang, he was still extremely strong. Yu Ming was one of the favorites for this time's Alchemy Conference, and the others were also experts who had taken part in the Holy Ji Palace's admission examination. On the other side, the first and second in the admission examination 3 years ago, Yi Futian and Huang Jioga, as well as the savage Yu Xing, the Tingxue House's Su Quebec. This match was really a sight for sore eyes. As ray after ray of brilliant light glowed, the spiritual qi in the air started to rampage, multiple colors illuminating the area. Everyone released their aura at the same time and all kinds of powerful life spirits appeared. These elite geniuses were extremely strong in one-to-one combat, but they all held their positions and did not move recklessly. Evidently, they would not underestimate their opponents and knew that the people they were facing were also equally strong. Become chess pieces as you land. Yu Ming stepped forward. His life spirit was a huge golden chessboard, and the chessboard projected itself on the spacious battle arena. Golden lines intersected, turning the area into a game of chess, and the 8 of them on his team each took up a square on the board like they were pieces in a game of chess. The chessboard rapidly evolved and turned into matrices. Although they did not move, they felt as though they were moving simply by standing on the chessboard, due to the developments of the chessboard. Futian's group felt dizzy, like they were constantly being displaced. It was as though they were battling on a moving chessboard. What a peculiar control-type life spirit, Futian thought to himself. In front of him, his Guqin spirit appeared and he sat cross-legged, strumming the strings on his Guqin. A melody sounded, giving off an unrestrained feeling. It was loud and clear and appeared arrogant, resounding in the air. Every melody appeared to have a unique power of its own, causing others to be drunk in the melody, and their spiritual energy appeared to be affected as it moved to the music. This matrix can change one's direction, causing our perception to be affected. I'll control this battle, Futian said, continuing to play his melody. His team felt as though the melody caused them to integrate as one, as all of them were in the imagery created by the Guqin melody. The feeling was indescribable, yet felt especially apparent, like they were no longer individuals, but an entity with Futian as the core. He actually has that kind of ability. Huang Jioge was surprised. Was this the charm of a musical sorcerer? As he thought that, he no longer resisted the intrusion of the melody but assimilated into the imagery. He naturally trusted the strength of someone who had defeated him once. To doubt Futian's strength was to doubt himself. As for those who followed Futian from the Holy Ji Palace, they were also the same. The melody was thundering and had a haughty undertone, with the courage to take on the world. Huang Jioge and the rest felt their spiritual energy becoming stronger, as though they had been stimulated by the melody. The blood in their body was boiling and their aura became even more robust. Even their perception was becoming sharper. What an arrogant piece! What is that piece? Sage Plain Figure stared at Futian and asked. The Holy Ji Palace has a Guqin Valley, which was where the 9-fingered Guqin demon Lu Guangxing stayed when he was alive. Futian had once wagered the Guqin demon's Guqin and Guqin piece, so this means that he had received Lu Guangxing's inheritance. If I didn't guess wrongly, that Guqin piece should be the Hai Song. There was a Sage Plain Figure who was extremely well learned and managed to guess the name of the piece. Hai Song, the rumored Guqin piece that can allow people to share their spiritual will and spiritual energy to strengthen all of their abilities, the first Sage Plain expert asked. That's right. Under the Guqin melody, the 8 of them have become one, was the reply he received, causing many people to have glints in their eyes. If that was so, was Futian using his Guqin to repel Yu Ming's chess matrix? Li Futu and his team could also feel that the accumulation of might had ended. They started to launch their attacks. Bing Yi's ice spell descended upon the other team, a frigid aura enveloping them, turning into an ice dimension. It attempted to drag the other team into an illusion of a world filled with ice. As the Guqin melody sounded, Phoenix could feel Futian's intentions through the melody. She made her move, and with a crisp sound, a shadow of a brilliant divine phoenix appeared, blocking out the sun. The shadow formed a veil around the 8 of them and kept the frost out. Following that, Xie Ji's destructive flame lotus assailed them along with Xiang Jian's thunderbolt spell. The 2 spells rushed towards them, striking the protective veil wildly, shattering it. The thunderbolt and flame lotus reached them at the same time, but at that moment, Yun Xuexing shut her eyes and a frigid will engulfed the area, causing the area to freeze and the flame lotus to turn into an ice lotus. The thunderbolt spell was also greatly weakened. The edgeless great sword! Yanjiu bellowed as 9 blades crashed down towards them. At the same time, numerous blinding spears shot out from behind Nanhao. Behind Dizhou, a golden space appeared and many terrifying tripods appeared, striking towards Futian's team. Futian raised his hand and made a huge palm print appear. The flaming red palm print melted everything in existence, crushing down on Futian's team and attempting to destroy them. Futian continued to play his Guqin piece, but it was like his team could understand what he was thinking. Xiaoshi flew into the air and his Emperor's Vine rapidly sent vines forward while Suke wielded his sword and slashed forward, using offense as a defensive measure. Yuxing let out a roar and his body wildly absorbed spiritual qi, creating dark golden devil halberds that pierced forward. Yuanzhan also used a terrifying rod technique, while Huang Jioge struck out with his fist, which crunched through the air like a battle chariot. In an instant, the two forces collided and an exceedingly horrifying destructive current swept past, causing the air to look like an explosion had occurred. The chessboard matrix under both teams' legs glowed even brighter. Next, Huang Jioge and the rest could feel their bodies changing positions, like the ground below them was moving. Not only that, but there was also a dreadful force that was constricting them, causing them to feel especially heavy. "Attack!" Yuming said. The matrix had shown its might. As he finished, Futian's team launched an attack again. Futian's Guqin melody acted like strands of wire, connecting the 8 people on his team, causing them to gather near him. The 7 of them did not attack this time, but set up defenses in the area around them, allowing the enemy's attacks to land. "Open a path," Futian said as he played the Guqin. As his voice landed, Huang Jioge's Renhuang Bao life spirit emerged, and 9 arrows shot forth with blazing light, as though they had Futian's spell enhancement on them. They flew with the wind, tearing through the air like 9 bolts of lightning. Futian raised his arm and caught 2 of the arrows. Yan Jiao slashed out with a stroke of his sword, Nian Hao pierced forward with his spear and blocked the remaining arrows. However, at that moment, Suke's body rushed towards them like the wind at breakneck speed. At the same time, Yuxing and Yuanzhan also stepped forward, causing the earth to quake. They actually initiated the clash. The experts in the crowd were stunned. Both parties originally occupied one side each, but now Futian's side was not content with simply defending, and initiated a clash, daringly breaking the deadlock. "Matrix change," Yuming said. In an instant, a gold veil surrounded the people on his team. "Rise," Futian said. As his voice landed, his body flew into the air. In front of him, Suke, Yuxing, and Yuanzhan stepped into the air above the other party. Huang Jioge, Phoenix, and the rest also leaped into the air, and they promptly reached the area above the other team in the same formation. Futian raised his head and looked above him. He stretched out both hands, each with a formidable flame force. On his right hand, there was a golden flame with a dreadful destructive ability. On his left hand, there was a black flame that was rapidly devouring the spiritual qi in the air around him. A huge pair of flame wings appeared behind him. It was a pair of brilliant spiritual vermilion bird wings. His crimson red hair swayed and his body floated in the air. It was as though his extreme destructive force could erupt at any time. The other people also prepared themselves. Once the defenses were breached, they would attack vigorously. In the air, Huang Jioge held the Renhuang sword and slashed downwards. Suke's blade then sliced through, following the path that he had made. In an instant, a crack appeared in the veil, then blasted open the next second. Hum! A figure flew upwards, then towards Futian at lightning speed. That lone individual rushed towards them with no fear. This arrogant feat could only have been made possible by Futian. Behind Futian, a figure stepped forward and the area was immediately covered in frost. The surrounding people felt as though time had stopped still. The flow of air, blood and the burning flames all seemed to have slowed down in that instant. Futian was shocked. He had not given Yun Xuexing any orders, but she had already stepped forward. Futian had no choice but to assist her with his Guqin melody. A robust spiritual energy rushed towards Yun Xuexing, causing a fearsome snowstorm to appear around her. Her palms headed straight for Futian's flame palm prince, no intention of avoiding him. Asking for trouble, A thought appeared in Li Futa's head as their palms collided. The two of them were then knocked back. Li Futa looked at his palms. The flames had been extinguished. On Yun Shuixing's end, the horrendous flames had not burned her, and had only torn her sleeves apart, revealing her fair skin. "Descend," Futian said. They descended amidst their opponent's forceful attacks. The location they chose to land at was where Yu Ming was. Chapter 619. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futa's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futa's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. Yu Ming looked at the air with a cold expression. The brilliant chessboard on the ground flew into the air, turning into a defensive ability that spread out across the air. In the air, Yi Futian continued to play his guqing piece. The high song became even more thundering, and the aura on the 7 people beside him became stronger, as though they had all entered a state of rampage under the influence of the guqing piece. Behind Huang Jioge, the Renhuang body life spirit appeared. He was like a descendant of the Renhuang with the Renhuang sword in his hand, slashing down towards the ground. A blade of light that penetrated the heavens appeared and struck the chessboard. The chessboard slowly split, and Su Ke moved as well. With a graceful arc, the blade in his hand sliced down, splitting the chessboard in two. With a blinding glow, the chessboard disappeared. At the same moment, the attacks from the experts on the ground landed again. Yun Shuixing looked down, and a frost wall surrounded her body with extreme coldness. Frost surrounded the air, and the icy intent permeated every expert on the ground. They could feel their movements becoming slower, and their blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing. Their spells were all being delayed and frozen. Only Li Futa's body was bathed in endless flames, and he flew into the air, the terrifying flames burning in the air, expelling the frost intent. Ishisher's vines rushed wildly towards the people on the ground with rustling sounds. At the same time, Huang Jioge and Su Ke moved towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming's expression was ruthless. The chessboard life spirit behind him lit up glaringly, and shone onto Huang Jioge and Su Ke, slowing them down. Kill! Huang Jioge fired arrows which tore through the air. However, Yu Ming's expression did not change as he stretched out his hand and waved it. The chessboard moved and caused Huang Jioge's arrows to deviate from their original path and miss him. Su Ke's blade landed, yet Yu Ming's body turned into a shadow. He was like a piece on the chessboard, always in motion. It was as though he could predict all of Su Ke's moves on his chessboard. No matter how fast Su Ke was, he could not escape Yu Ming's perception. Wanting to deal with him first? Dream on. An even more terrifying glow was emitted, and using the heavens as pieces, Yu Ming looked at Yi Futian, who was in the middle of the team, and revealed a mocking expression, chanting, "Ground restriction." As his voice landed, the chessboard that had projected onto Yi Futian's team surrounded them, trapping them within like a prison cell. "Li Futu, it's up to you now," Yu Ming said. He had controlled his matrix to seal Yi Futian's team within his chessboard. Li Futa's body flew into the air, his vermilion bird wings sparkling brightly, covered in inextinguishable flames. He stretched out his palm and a golden flame current rampaged wildly. Gradually, the flames transformed into a vermilion bird and flew out from his palm, shadowing the heavens and attacking Yi Futian's team. The vermilion bird's wings slashed downwards, the flames burning even the heavens. While Yi Futian's group was trapped, Li Futa's ritual implement, Yanjiu's sword, Nanhao's spear, and the other experts fired their strongest attacks simultaneously towards them. As expected of Yu Ming, many people thought. Yi Futian's team wanted to deal with the matrix sorcerer Yu Ming, but they had not expected to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Huang Jioge, Yun Shuixing, and the rest did not resist and stood still, allowing the matrix to trap them within. They released their formidable spiritual energy, which combined with the Guqin melody to form a terrifying spiritual energy resonance. Yi Futian, who was standing in the middle, was immersed in a brilliant light. At that moment, his spiritual energy flooded the entire battle arena. With his fingers strumming the Guqin, Yi Futian lowered his head and continued playing without looking at the attacks descending from the sky. The chessboard's matrix surrounded them, and it seemed like the attacks were about to land on them. The vermilion bird dived towards them, destroying everything in its path. However, at that moment, a formidable force appeared around Yi Futian's body, surrounding his team within. A veil of light that resembled starry brilliance encompassed them. Although the veil was invisible, the divine vermilion bird was unable to break through it. The sword and spear reached as well, rushing towards Yi Futian. But the moment they reached the veil, they were unable to progress. All attacks appeared to falter before the veil. What an intense zone force! Some strong sage playing figures said while looking at Yi Futian's surroundings. They could only see a handsome figure playing the Guqin. The 8 figures appeared to have combined into one at that moment, all of them encompassed by the imposing light. Break, Yi Futian said. Immediately, his body was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. In the next moment, thunderstorms appeared and tore through everything, resembling the rage of the thunder god. The heavens shook in response, and the thunderbolts appeared to have multiple colors: green, golden, purple. All the thunderbolts turned into dragons and serpents, and frantically devoured everything around them. The vermilion bird was struck by lightning and howled in agony. Its huge body pierced by the lightning. Its limbs were all surrounded by dreadful lightning, and its body was completely torn apart. All the other attacks were also nullified, and even the chessboard was destroyed by the thunderbolts. Spiritual energy resonance, using the Guqin melody as a medium for spiritual energy to cast spells. Is this Lu Guangxing's Guqin piece? Many people commented as they watched. At that moment, the resonance was still active, and Yun Shuixing had a glint in her eyes. The frost in the heavens descended onto the battle platform, and she stretched out her palm and the snowstorm landed on the other team. Yan Jiu, Nan Hao, and the rest of the other team were all buried within the snowstorm, and their consciousness started fading as their thoughts came to a halt. Go, Yi Futian said. As his voice landed, the people surrounding him flew forward and Huang Jioga headed directly for Yu Ming. Yu Xing launched off the ground, pouncing towards Yan Jiu, a terrifying golden glow surrounding his feet as he stomped down. Yan Jiu growled in anger and broke out of the ice. His sword slashed forward, tearing through the air. Bang! The footprint crushed the sword strike that had yet to reach its maximum power. Yu Xing then stepped on Yan Jiu's chest, pummeling him into the ground, crushing numerous rib bones in the process. In another direction, Su Kei headed for Nan Hao, his figure like a sword, dripping with a thirst for blood. Nan Hao was already affected by the frost spell and was unable to deflect Su Kei's sword. Blood trickled from his arm and his spear fell to the ground. There was even a trace of blood on his throat. He fell to the ground, unable to continue battling. Phoenix flew towards Xie instead. The divine phoenix shadowed the heavens and devoured the opponent's destructive flame lotus and sent Xie flying. Yuan Zhan assaulted Dizhou, the two of them trading blows crazily. Dizhou repeatedly fought back, and under the Guqin melody, Yuan Zhan attacked bravely in a flurry of strikes. Yi Shaoshi flew towards Xiangjian, his vines rushing madly at her. The sudden reversal caused many people to be stunned, especially the crowd who had bet on Li Futa's team. They were flustered that they were going to lose. However, those who had bet on Yi Futian's team in the last round of betting had sparkling gazes. A 4-to-1 payout. If Yi Futian's team won, they would be the biggest winners. Bingyi looked at the battle arena, saw that her team had been dominated, and was at a loss. She fired her spells and flew forward, but saw Yu Xing, who had just dealt with Yan Jiu, walking towards her like a demon. Total annihilation. Li Futu also had a grim expression when he saw the situation in the arena. He released his life spirit, a vermilion bird spirit, and an immensely huge flame figure. The golden flame figure looked like a god. Following that, a golden flame armor appeared on Li Futa's body, making him look as though he had been possessed by a god. His body contained a huge amount of destructive force. Bam! He stepped forward, his body flying into the air, heading in his wife's direction. When Ishusher's Emperor's vine engulfed them, Lifutu stretched out his palm, golden flames spewing from it, burning the vines to ashes. Lifutu's eyes turned golden, and the giant vermilion bird behind him swayed, causing the flames to burn even brighter. The vines were all incinerated, and Lifutu's body flew towards Ishusher like a ray of light. Retreat! Ishusher heard a voice in his head and he backed off immediately. Lifutu continued to charge forward, even when he saw Sukei's sword slashing towards him. He grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Although the sword sliced towards him, his golden palm appeared to have hardened beyond belief and burned Sukei's sword. Lifutu continued stepping forward and delivered a punch. Sukei's body turned into a flash of lightning and retreated. Lifutu's offensive ability was terrifying after he flared up. Countless gazes stared at Lifutu. Could the Fire Emperor Palace's elite genius reverse the situation with his own ability? An imposing frost current descended and prevented Lifutu from continuing forward. Yun Shuixing landed in front of him, covered in a frost armor. Her slender arm stretched forward, colliding with Lifutu's seemingly godly flame arm. When their palms clashed, the image that most people expected did not appear. Yun Shuixing was not burnt. Although her body was weak, she stood firmly without moving an inch. Around the two of them, a terrifying storm brewed. A storm of ice and fire, each trying to erode the other. The storm continued to expand in the air, the flames burning through space and the snow permeating the skies. The crowd could see the flames invading Yun Shuixing's arm. The golden flame was extremely overbearing and attempted to melt the ice on her body. Similarly, the armor on Lifutu's body had been invaded by the frost, and it was making its way into his body. Lifutu stared at the figure in front of him. He came from the Fire Mountain and his flames and body had been tempered by the mountain's flames thousands of times, yet the girl in front of him could withstand and resist it. Was the Holy Ji Palace really such a scary place? Chapter 620. The flames on Lifutu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Ishusher, who was battling Xiangjian. This forced Ishusher to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then, the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. The flames on Lifutu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Ishusher, who was battling Xiangjian. This forced Ishusher to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then, the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. A cultivator of the noble plane was able to send their life spirit out of their body to attack their opponent. As a top-notch noble, Lifutu was definitely able to do just that. Yun Shuixing's expression changed slightly, and she retreated. But Lifutu followed after her. There was no way he was going to let her escape. The space surrounding them was set alight, and golden flames raged around the two. An icy world appeared around Yun Shuixing, protecting her from the flames. Meanwhile, the terrifying vermilion bird charged straight for Futian, and countless gazes turned towards him. Futian was not participating directly in this battle. Instead, he was managing the situation through his Guqin. However, it was clear to everyone that this Futian, who had been the first in the law battle 3 years ago, was the crux of this fight. The Guqin music increased the offensive power of everyone's attacks and allowed their spiritual wills to resonate, making everyone stronger in general. If Futian was taken down, there was a real possibility of their opponents turning the tide against them. However, it was like this realization did not register in Futian's mind. The message he sent everyone was to pay him no mind and continue fighting. Right then, a frightening spiritual will surrounded Futian and radiated through the space. The entire sky seemed to be filled with the terrifying energy of that spiritual energy. When the vermilion bird rushed down towards Futian in all its fiery might, Futian's fingers began to dance even more intensely across the guqin strings, and the spiritual will in the air activated at the same time as the spell he cast. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to freeze, and the vermilion bird was slowed down in the sky as if it was being pushed back by invisible energy. Frightening golden flames shot out from its eyes towards Futian, but the energy controlling the surroundings grew stronger as well. Powerful spiritual chi accumulated in the space, and as it was let loose, the space seemed to freeze even further. The vermilion bird's large body seemed to slowly become immobilized as it started to slow down even more. This was a spell that Futian had created. Through combining multi-elemental sorcery and martial arts will, he had manifested a unique new spell, the sky freezing technique. With a roar of thunder, purple and golden lightning appeared in the space. The violent lightning energy turned into the wrath of the thunder god's spell, which shot straight for the vermilion bird. This was also a spell he had created. By improving on the original spell, punishment of the thunder god, Futian had created wrath of the thunder god. As the wrath of the thunder god descended upon it, the vermilion bird shook violently, and it let out a mournful cry as it seemed on the verge of being destroyed. Right then, Futu, who was battling Yunshuaxing, spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing turned weaker, and his face was pale. With his life spirit under attack, Futu would naturally be greatly affected as well. After all, the life spirit was at the heart of a mandate sorcerer's abilities. If it was badly damaged, the sorcerer's spiritual energy would take a terrifyingly immense hit as well. "This battle is about to end," someone commented. At the sight of Futu's condition, many people who had placed large bets on him turned pale. They had originally banked on Futu being able to use his life spirit to shift the battle in his favor. It came as a shock to them that Futian would use guqin music to borrow the spiritual energy of others, resonate with it, and cast an incredibly strong spell that trapped Futu's life spirit, allowing Futian to launch an attack that caused him great damage. Many people looked over to the other side of the battlefield where Huang Jioge and Yu Ming were. Other than Futu, Yu Ming was a grade 1 noble as well, possessing incredible power. Now that Futu was being held down in battle, it was anyone's guess whether or not Yu Ming would be able to break through in this fight. However, Huang Jioge then began to launch a particularly savage attack on Yu Ming. His spiritual will turned into a frightening illusory world, seeming to summon into being countless warriors and chariots, turning the surroundings into the setting of a terrible battle. Even while facing Yu Ming, who was of a higher plane, Huang Jioge continued to attack fiercely, refusing to back down. Is Huang Jioge that strong as well? Many people wondered, surprised by the sight. Sovereign light emanated from Huang Jioge. Taking on the Renhuang body, Huang Jioge looked like Renhuang himself, wielding the Renhuang sword and commanding the battlefield. The martial will illusion in the space became scarier still, with a hulking presence appearing in the battlefield, tearing through the sky in a chariot. Yu Ming's expression was tense. He had not known that the man who had come second in the law battle 3 years ago would be so scarily powerful. The violent attack plowed through Yu Ming's defenses, and he was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries in the process. He had been defeated. At the sight of Yu Ming being taken down, many onlookers understood that the conclusion to this battle had already been set. There would be no doubt as to how things would turn out from here. As expected, while the seriously injured Futu was still a strong force to reckon with, Yunshuaxing was no weakling. With the support of Futian's guqin music, she launched a series of rapid attacks on Futu. Futu intended to continue fighting but was called by his wife Xiang Jian to admit defeat. She did not want to see the man she loved under attack again. When the fighting stopped, the vermilion bird flew back into Futu's body. Futian and the rest remained in their previous formation, while the other 8 people opposite them were injured to various degrees. The party from the Holy Ji Palace had won this battle against the alliance of various powers with an absolute advantage. Those from the Holy Ji Palace may have been lower in plane as a whole, but they had displayed the glorious might befitting disciples of the barren states, holy grounds in this battle. Of course, other than the 7 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace, Huan Jioga had shown in the battle as well. Coming in second in the law battle 3 years ago, he was second only to Yi Futian. "You've gone easy on us." Yi Futian smiled and said politely, taking back the Guqin spirit. On the opposing side, everyone's expressions were tense. Li Futu, who had come from the Fire Emperor Palace on Fire Mountain, had finally witnessed the power of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples for himself. His wife, Xiang Jian, was considerably shocked as well, especially when she thought of how her younger sister Xiang Jiqin was training with such a group of people. It was as if Yan Jie, Nanhao Cig, and Bingyi didn't even exist. Back then, they had lost during the law battle. And now as they faced those who had entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, they still faced the inevitability of losing. Yu Ming looked somewhat disappointed. Walking off the battle platform, he walked towards Su Hongxiu from the goddess pavilion and said, "Hongxiu, looks like I've lost this time. You did your best, there's no need to blame yourself." Su Hongxiu's gentle smile belied a great tenderness that could melt one's heart. The people around her did not dare to look at her. Women from the goddess pavilion may be beautiful, but it was still better to restrain oneself when interacting with them. There was the risk of finding oneself trapped in love, as proven by many before. Even a brilliant cultivator like Yu Ming had been deeply attracted by Su Hongxiu's charms. These women were naturally attractive, and with the special skills they trained in, they were bewitching figures. Li Futu and the rest began to walk off the battle platform as well, but Dizhou remained. He glanced at Yi Futian and his party before chuckling. "Interesting. However, your advantage came only from the fact that you had the Guqin music to increase everyone's powers in a group battle. If you ever come by the Emperor family residence, I'll have you meet my older brother." As Dizhou spoke, he turned and left the battle platform. Everyone's eyes glinted at his words. Perhaps only Di Gang would be able to suppress these Holy Ji Palace disciples in battle. Walking off the battle platform, Xiang Jian came face to face with her younger sister. Xiang Jiqin smiled and shook her head. "Older sister, this doesn't indicate an issue with you and brother-in-law's capabilities. Looks like I won't be able to give you the ritual implement I promised you," Li Futu said. "It's alright. I feel bad that you'll have to pay for losing this bet," Xiang Jiqin replied. "If you're going to gamble, you have to be prepared to lose," Li Futu spoke calmly. On the other hand, Xiang Jian asked, "Jiqin, are Yi Futian and the rest considered outstanding in the palace?" Xiang Jiqin looked towards the battle platform and thought of the things that had happened 3 years ago. Back then, when Yi Futian had first entered the palace, his lack of inhibition had irked her to no end. But looking at Yi Futian again after 3 years, she realized that he had long surpassed her. "Yes, they're very outstanding." Xiang Jiqin nodded. That much she had to admit at this point. Right then, Yi Futian was smiling at the elder walking towards him on the battle platform. "Elder, about the ritual implement." "Take it," the elder replied calmly, tossing the storage ring containing the ritual implement at Yi Futian. The elder had judged the situation wrongly this time, not expecting that Yi Futian's party would actually defeat Li Futu and the rest. The elder had planned today's gamble fight so that there would be many powerful individuals betting at the alchemy casino today. He had expected that Li Futu and the rest would win and had manipulated the odds to lure bettors to bet on Yi Futian's party. But things had not gone according to plan. This time, the elder had suffered a huge loss. As for those who had bet on Yi Futian's party, they were over the moon with their winnings. The only regret they had was not betting more at the start. "I don't think this alone is enough, senior. We did place our bets after all." Yi Futian flashed a radiant smile at the elder. "I'll collect their bets first before taking you to select your ritual implements." The elder threw a sweeping glance at Li Futu and the rest before ruthlessly collecting the items they had wagered. These people had caused them to suffer a massive loss after all. Yi Futian took out the ritual implements. Smiling, he handed them back. "Yuan Zhan, here's your wolf fang bat. This cauldron's yours, Zhongli, and the ghost shadow sword belongs to Qian Chou. Phoenix, your sun crown. This hail scepter shall go to you then, Futian declared, giving it to Yun Xuexing. She looked at Futian with a hint of reluctance. These clothes and the telekinesis pearl belong to Jieyu, so I'll take them. Futian grinned radiantly at everyone, who threw him a dirty look but naturally had no objections. Are you going to treat your older brother like that? Xiaoshu blinked and stared at Futian accusingly. Don't be mean, older brother. Didn't we let you place a bet? I want a share, Futian declared, staring back at Xiaoshu. Get lost. Xiaoshu shot back despondently. Futian was really taking advantage of him. We're definitely taking our share. Futian was not holding back out of courtesy at all. He continued, Yusheng, let Qin Xian pick some good stuff from your bets. I still have some ritual implements here for you all to take. Wuchen, you can pick a treasure for Qingyu later. Phoenix, you take one too, here's your ritual implement back. Phoenix took the ritual implement, and everyone stared at Futian, speechless at what he was doing. Those who had bet on Li Futu would have loved to tear Futian apart in that moment, while even those who had bet on Futian were tempted to hit him. As for those from the Alchemy Casino, they were incredibly tempted to kill Futian, that despicable fellow. It was too much that Futian was openly discussing how to split the ritual implements from the Alchemy Casino. Did he not consider how they would feel? But of course, Futian didn't care about their feelings. Right now, his only thought was that all this was super awesome. Chapter 621. Futian and the rest left the Alchemy Casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. Futian and the rest left the Alchemy Casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. When the elder walked them to the exit, he had asked Futian and the rest when they would come back for a gamble fight. Futian had declined, stating that they had enough ritual implements already. He then thanked the elder for their generosity. The anguish in the elder's eyes was unforgettable. The elder was pained to the core. He had thought highly of the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace, but with Li Futu's party as the opposing side, the elder had underestimated the abilities of Futian and the rest, causing him to make an erroneous judgment. If he had been able to judge that Futian and the rest would win, they would have followed the odds of 1 to 1. If the elder had done that, they would have made a windfall. It was regrettable. News of this battle spread through Alchemy City very quickly and attracted much discussion. Li Futu from the Fire Emperor Palace had allied with people like Yu Ming, yet his party had still lost to the group of disciples who entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. The Holy Ji Palace indeed deserved its reputation as the top sacred grounds for training in the barren state. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of these people. Some of the powerful individuals who had arrived at Alchemy City were also interested to see for themselves these disciples' abilities in a fight. Of course, discussion over this battle was soon overshadowed by far more important news. It would soon be the day when the Alchemy Conference would begin. Today, the atmosphere in Alchemy City was electrifying. A sea of people moved along the streets, headed in the direction of the City Lord office. Divine arms whistled through the sky and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Many were discussing the Alchemy Conference. It was said that many important people within the southwest region of the barren state would come to watch the Alchemy Conference, which was held once every decade. After all, Alchemy City was an important city within the region, and its city lord was one of the more powerful men in the state. As the 8th in the barren sky ranking, he was equally formidable in both cultivation and ritual implement crafting. If he were to fight with ritual implements, no one in the top 10 of the ranking would be willing to face him in battle. Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, was still the most powerful man in the southwest region of the barren state. As such, even powerful individuals from other parts of the state would show him some degree of respect. Additionally, many regions in the barren state would send people to the conference to watch. They were all interested to see how things would unfold there. A staircase stood outside the entrance to the City Lord office. Below the stairs was a vast space. 8 alchemy pillars standing tall within, with smelting furnaces burning on top of them. The space contained within these 8 pillars was where participants of the alchemy conference would craft their ritual implements. The spectator areas were at the top and the 2 sides of the staircase. Seats were lined along the top of the staircase outside the City Lord office. Those seats were only for the most important and powerful attendees of the conference. The areas at the 2 sides of the staircase were also reserved for invited guests only. Normal attendees, even those of the Sage Plane, could only watch the conference from the back. Right now, a huge crowd had gathered in the outer area of the conference. Many people had come down to Alchemy City to witness this great event that was only held once every decade. Even if they weren't interested in ritual implement crafting, today was the day where powerful and important individuals they normally would not be able to see would appear in the city. Furthermore, many of these individuals were powerful people within the Baron Sky ranking. At the bottom of the staircase, many people from the City Lord office had arrived to maintain order in the venue. Those who had come to participate in the alchemy conference entered as well. Walking into the crafting area, they found a spot for themselves and waited. Many top armorers from various places would gather here to put their crafting skills against each other. This was their stage, and today, they would be under the scrutiny of the entire Baron State. The Liu family is here, and the head of the family has even come down personally to watch, someone observed, watching the group of people move through the sky towards the place. The Liu family was a prominent family within Alchemy City. Though they were not as influential as the City Lord office or the Emperor family, they still held a significant amount of power nonetheless. The young master of this City Lord office went to greet them. The head of the family and the more important family members were seated at the top of the staircase, while the younger family members remained at the 2 sides of the staircase. "The Zhou family is here as well," came the cry, heralding the arrival of another important family. Like the Liu family, the Zhou family was another prominent family within Alchemy City. Afterward, many people began to filter into the venue, even including those from Inferno City. Several prominent figures had come out of the City Lord office to personally welcome guests, though the City Lord himself had not made an appearance yet. With his status, there were few in the Baron State who would merit a personal greeting from him. "The Sacred Fire sect has arrived, that's the leader of the sect." Many people turned to look at the group moving through the sky. At the front of the group was an elder with an incredibly commanding aura. The leader himself had personally come to the conference, and he moved straight to the top of the staircase to take his seat. Right then, another group of people walked out of the City Lord office. The man in front was clad in long golden robes. Middle-aged, his features were angular and chiseled, and he moved in great style. The many important guests who had arrived at the event stood up to greet him. "The City Lord has come out." Many people stared at the man who had just walked out. Now that many important people from all over the Baron State was arriving, of course, Yuchi had to make an appearance soon, in his capacity as host and the City Lord. "Good morning, everyone." Yuchi greeted the guests who had come, before walking to the main seat in the middle of the area. He stood there, surveying the endless crowd. Everyone in the sea of people clasped their hands and greeted him in a sonorous roar. Yuchi waved a hand and spoke. "Today is the day of the Alchemy Conference, and I'm definitely not the star of this event. Those who intend to participate in the conference, you can enter now." At his words, more people entered the venue. "City Lord Yu, I hope you've been well," a voice called out. Just then, a frightening flaming beast appeared in the sky with a group of people on it. The man at the front of the group had a magnificent demeanor. His eyes seemed to be a fiery red, and his hands were clasped behind his back. "It's Yan Jun," someone announced. Everyone stared at the newcomers. Yan Jun was the Palace Lord of the Fire Emperor Palace, and ranked amongst the most powerful of the Baron Sky ranking. Li Futu, who stood next to him, was a prominent young talent whose reputation was second only to Di Gang of the Emperor family in this region. While there had been news of Li Futu suffering a loss a couple of days ago, it was not his fault. It had been a group battle, after all. In addition to Li Futu, his wife Xiang Jian and disciple of the Holy Ji Palace Xiang Jichin had come as well, descending from the sky towards the venue. "Yan Jun, how have you been?" Yuchi asked after the newly arrived guest. How well could I be on top of those flames? I've come to join the fun. Yan Jun chuckled heartily. It's good that you've come. A couple of the old guys are here too. Have a seat, Yuchi replied, before turning to Li Futu. I've heard that the son of Yan Jun is overpoweringly talented. Seeing you now, indeed, you're just like your father. You don't have to go to the side of the staircase, stay and watch the conference from here. Thank you, senior. Li Futu joined his hands and thanked Yuchi. It's embarrassing to mention, but this fellow has been a good-for-nothing guy, suffering a loss a few days back at Alchemy City and all, Yan Jun commented. Li Futu and Xiang Jian stood behind him, while the others went down to the two sides of the staircase. There were limited seats, so not every one of the younger guests could stay up here to watch. But that was a group battle, so it wasn't young Master Li's fault. Why blame the young one like that, Yan Jun? A gentle, alluring voice rang out from afar. Just the sound of it alone made one feel as though one could get lost in it. Instantly, many people knew who had arrived. Only one person in the entire southwest region of the Barren State could have this level of charm. In the sky, a group of women carried a sedan over. Those women were all in white and were as beautiful as fairies. Even the famously gorgeous Su Hongxiu was only standing to the side of the sedan. The chair blind of the sedan was pulled apart, and a woman descended from the sky. Beautiful as a Jiotian goddess, many people were instantly enamored at the sight of her. The woman had hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright soulful eyes had an endless charm to them. One couldn't help but be drawn to the delicate curves on that alluring figure. Wearing a long dress, the side of her leg appeared in flashes, and one could not tear their eyes away from those lovely long legs. Her skin was clear and smooth as jade, almost as delicate as a young girl's. However, her most beautiful features were still her eyes and face. They were so perfect there was nothing to pick on, and just a look from her alone could have one utterly smitten. This woman was Chu Ji, Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the Barren State. As cultivators grew stronger through training, their lifespans would increase and their features would remain unaged. But Chu Ji was probably the only woman of her kind in the Barren State. As she trained, she grew even more beautiful. Even Su Hongxiu, a great beauty, paled in comparison standing next to her. The two looked about the same age. It was almost like they were sisters. Furthermore, Chu Ji was frightening not because of her beauty, but because of her charm. Su Hongxiu was already incredibly charming, yet she was still far from Chu Ji's level. Chu Ji was the kind of woman who could have someone enthralled with her forever with just a glance. Even Yan Jun did not dare to look at her for too long, only giving her a calm glance and grunting coldly. Chu Ji, don't you flaunt your glamour sorcery before the young ones. Yan Jun knew just how scary Chu Ji's charm could be. There was no way the younger guests would be able to withstand that. Right now, many people were watching Chu Ji from below, astounded at how such a stunningly gorgeous woman could exist in this world. Was this the Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion talked about in rumors, the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the Barren State? Sure! Chu Ji smiled, and her aura changed instantly. She had stood there elegant and unattainable as a goddess. But in a flash, she had changed her aura to give off a completely different impression. At the sight of this, many sighed to themselves that a beautiful woman could be trouble, and this woman was definitely a disaster of epic proportions. In the sky, more people began to arrive, and many eyes were on them. It's the Emperor family, someone announced. Di Kai, the head of the Emperor family, is here. Di Gang has come along with him as well, someone else added. Many people gazed towards the descending figures. One of them was Di Kai, another powerful being within the rankings of the Barren Sky ranking. The other person, Di Gang, was said to be the most talented within the southwest region of the Barren State, and was unmatched within his generation. A loss is a loss. Since Li Futu was there at the fight, he has no right to distance himself from it, Di Gang said calmly upon arriving, shooting Li Futu a cold glance. It was evident that he was responding to Chu Ji's comment about how Li Futu's loss in that battle was no fault of his. Li Futu's gaze hardened, and he looked at Di Gang before replying. Indeed, since I was there, I definitely had a part to play in it. A loss is a loss. Di Gang looked upon Li Futu with new admiration. Li Futu's humility made him worthy of his reputation. What a proud fellow! Chuji chuckled lightly. Di Gang did not look at her. He had definitely heard of her, and he did not want to be affected by a woman, especially a woman as insanely powerful as she was. I, Bai Luli, hereby pay my respects to you, seniors. A figure appeared from afar, and countless gazes turned in its direction to see a handsome young man stepping through the sky towards them. It was Bai Luli, who was said to be the most prominent figure in his generation. While he was probably the lowest in plane amongst everyone in the Barren Sky ranking, he was 10th in the ranking, unmatched in the entire Barren State. Chapter 622, in Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. Countless gazes, including those of the important figures of Alchemy City, landed on the handsome young man. Among all the powerful figures present, Yu Qi, the city lord, was the only person who ranked above Bai Luli in the Barren Sky ranking. As such, no one could really treat Bai Luli as a junior, even if they were older. Have you come as a representative of the Holy Ji Palace or White Cloud City? Yu Qi asked. Bai Luli had two important identities, one of them being his position as the young city lord of White Cloud City. It was also highly plausible that he would be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace in the future, which meant he definitely had the right to represent the palace as well. I've come as a representative of White Cloud City. Of course, the Holy Ji Palace treats the Alchemy Conference with utmost importance too, which is why many top talents from our palace have come to watch as well. Bai Luli replied politely, a smile on his face. Since he had not received any instructions from the Holy Ji Palace, it wasn't in his place to represent the entire palace. But the second half of his speech had been immaculately polite. Right. Yu Qi nodded lightly, before continuing. You may be young, but you've already made it to the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Please have a seat. Thank you very much, City Lord Yu. Bai Luli smiled and joined his hands together in thanks, before walking into the area on top of the staircase. Di Gang stared at Bai Luli. Both of them were from the western region of the Barren State, with Bai Luli being from White Cloud City, and Di Gang being from Alchemy City. These two main cities in the western region of the Barren City had seen the rise of the two of them respectively. Even if Bai Luli was currently within the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking, Di Gang didn't see himself as being inferior to Bai Luli. The other man was but a target he was aiming to surpass. The crowd that had gathered at the bottom of the staircase was excited. It was just as they had expected. Many important people, like Di Kai from the Emperor family, Yan Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, and the leader of the Sacred Fire sect were all here. There were prominent figures from the younger generation as well, like Bai Luli, Di Gang, Li Futu, and Su Hongxiu, among other famous names. These were people one did not usually get to see in person normally, and they were all gathered here at the Alchemy Conference. At the same time, many influential figures from all over the Barren State were coming to greet Yu Qi before taking their places at the two sides of the staircase. Futian and the rest had arrived as well. After reporting to the guard, they entered the spectator area and found a spot to stand. Futian looked up at the area on top of the staircase, where many important guests had already arrived, Bai Luli included as well. I am Futian, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. I have come with my peers to observe the conference. I hereby pay my respects to all the seniors present. Futian joined his hands in greeting, his gaze directed towards the top of the stairs. He had come to this conference as a disciple of the palace. As such, he definitely had to display the appropriate manners. I am Huang Jioga from the Sovereign family. I have come with my family members to watch the conference. I hereby pay my respects. Huang Jioga greeted the seniors present as well. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. Just a few days before, Yi Futian and his friends had defeated Li Futa's party at the Alchemy Casino and made sweeping gains for themselves. That was an incident that had been hotly discussed by many, and now the main character of that story had appeared in person. Yu Qi, Yanjun, and the rest looked towards Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian had been training in the Holy Ji Palace ever since he enrolled. While Yu Qi and the rest would not know much about incidents that occurred as the younger people trained within the palace, they would have at least heard about how Yi Futian had emerged first in the law battle 3 years ago. In the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was an iconic figure within the generation that came after Bai Luli, and was definitely positioned to one day reach the top in the barren state. These people were definitely a cut above the rest. Even in the face of such a large-scale event, their expressions were calm, and they handled themselves with grace. "Are the boys from the Holy Ji Palace all this handsome?" a coquettish voice chuckled. Bai Luli was a handsome young man, with his good looks backed up by substantial talent. Now that Chu Ji looked at Yi Futian again, he too was incredibly good-looking, with well-defined features that looked as though they were carved out of marble. He could definitely be said to be a pretty boy. Among the ladies, Hua Jieyu, Yun Xuexing, and Phoenix were all incredible beauties in their own right. Chu Ji thought they were even prettier than some of the women in the Goddess Pavilion. Yi Futian looked towards Chu Ji, the Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and felt as though he was about to drown in those gorgeous eyes that were as clear as water. Her gaze was mysteriously attractive in a way that made one lose themselves in it. That, in addition to Chu Ji's features and figure, made Yi Futian catch himself with great determination and avoid looking directly at her. "She's an absolute stunner," the thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. This woman was so unbelievably beautiful, she definitely was trouble. "Big sis, are you a goddess from heaven? A glance at you has me wanting to stare at you longer," Yi Futian said, smiling. While he seemed relaxed, he was actually exerting a lot of willpower to control himself. Hua Jieyu took a good look at the woman as well. Yi Futian used to teasingly call her fox as a way to compliment her beauty, and yet this woman before her was truly a foxy lady. It wasn't just a matter of looks. Hua Jieyu was in no way inferior to her in terms of beauty, but there was a constant seductive charm this woman had that ensnared others within her spell. "Big sis?" Chu Ji blinked, and let out the sweetest smile. Everyone found it hard to resist that charming smile of hers and felt as though they were about to embarrass themselves soon. Yi Futian's back was also cold with sweat at the sight. "Chu Ji, let the poor boy off," Yu Qi spoke up. The corners of Chu Ji's lips turned upward slightly, and she restrained some of her charm. This made Yi Futian and everyone else feel a little more at ease. But even then, just Chu Ji's face, aura, and figure alone were enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. She had only held back some of that unique charm of hers. "Chu Ji is the Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion. She's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. The glamour sorcery she specializes in is incredibly terrifying and could cause disaster throughout the land. The girl we saw just now, Su Hongxiu, is her direct disciple." Zhongli transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and the rest, who nodded furtively in response. It was no wonder Chu Ji's charms were so hard to resist. After all, it was glamour sorcery born of spiritual energy. Furthermore, she had already integrated this glamour into her own aura, making her endlessly charming. "Are you interested, little brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Big Sis to introduce you to a few girls?" Chu Ji smiled at Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu looked warily at her and reached out to hold on to Yi Futian. Yi Futian chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Big Sis, but I already have a girlfriend." "That's a pity, I was still thinking of introducing some of my disciples to you," Chu Ji said, all smiles. Yi Futian glanced at Su Hongxiu, who was behind her, and wondered if that would even have been possible. Everyone else stared at Yi Futian. Is this really Yi Futian, the guy who came in first in the law battle 3 years back and defeated Li Futa's party a few days ago? Why does he seem to be so shameless? The important figures present rolled their eyes at the exchange between Chu Ji and Yi Futian as well. This guy probably doesn't have the good fortune to enjoy your kind intentions, Pavilion Lord Chu. A chuckle was heard. Someone was riding a ritual implement over to where they were. Futian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman standing on a ritual implement. Older sister, Futian called out. He had not expected that his second older sister would attend the alchemy conference as well. There really were many people who had come to watch the conference today. Zhuge Mingyu glanced over at Futian cheerfully. She was surprised that Futian would dare to engage with Chu Ji like this. Was he not afraid of losing himself and her charms? Zhuge Kenyang had arrived as well, and the siblings walked forward to greet those on top of the staircase, joining their hands together. We, Zhuge Kenyang and Zhuge Mingyu, hereby pay our respects to all the seniors here. Our guests from the Zhuge family have arrived. Please have a seat, Yuchi responded. Not only were the two newcomers of the Sage Plane, but they were also representatives from the Zhuge family as well. They definitely had the right to a seat at the top of the staircase. Bai Lili smiled and nodded at the two, while Zhuge Mingyu looked towards Futian. Futian's smile faltered. He was curious as to why his older sister would attend the alchemy conference. Right then, Zhuge Mingyu turned to look at the people who had come to participate in the alchemy conference. Her gaze then landed on a particular area of the crowd, and a half-smile appeared on her face. Futian glanced over, somewhat confused, and saw two people with their heads bowed in the crowd, afraid to look at Zhuge Mingyu. Fourth older brother and fifth older brother. Futian stared at the two in shock. Back then, his two older brothers had gone off in search of second older sister. He had asked about them not long ago, and his older sister had told him not to mention them. So why was fourth older brother and fifth older brother here? Furthermore, were they going to participate in the alchemy conference? Since when did my two older brothers learn to craft ritual implements? This was all news to him. Could it be that they had been hiding their talents back at the cottage? Older brother, you see, older sister still cares about us. She's even come down personally, Luo Fan whispered, his head lowered. Older sister probably wants to kill me, Shui Yi replied glumly. Older brother, you've already come this far, does it matter? Either way, we're still going to die, Luo Fan whispered back. Younger brother, you're so loyal. Shui Yi was touched. Don't drag me into this, Luo Fan shot back. I miss older sister. How about I go over to where she is? Shui Yi was speechless at Luo Fan's words and itched to pummel the rascal. Younger brother, I remember you saying something about second older sister not being the romantic type and third older brother being a block of wood. Shui Yi sighed quietly. Older brother, I was in the wrong. Luo Fan was anguished at his misfortune of having such an older brother. Younger brother, now that youngest brother has a bit of fame and is training at the Holy Ji Palace, do you think he'll be able to help us? Shui Yi spoke up again. He had not missed Futian's appearance at the alchemy conference. Don't even think about it. With what you're asking for, even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace himself won't be able to save you from City Lord Yu. Either way, you're going to die. Why don't you just accept your fate? Luo Fan sighed, bemoaning his own tragic circumstances. Shui Yi sighed too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gone to Fire Mountain to train. Then I wouldn't have met her there. Are you blaming me? Luo Fan hissed back, scandalized. What did I even make you do? Didn't you encourage me to chase the girl? Shui Yi glared at Luo Fan. Did I tell you to cause this trouble? Luo Fan shot back, unwilling to back down. Who can control love between two people? Who knew she did it on purpose? Who knew her identity? This life of mine is in her hands now. Shui Yi lamented, sighing over how it was rare for a great guy such as himself to even like a girl. At the beginning of this romance, he had felt so lucky as to have met an absolute beauty like her. Who would have thought that this would turn into a tragedy? It is one's greatest fortune to die for a beautiful woman, Luo Fan commented gloomily. He had made a bad judgment. He thought he was going to help his older brother win back his woman, but he had not expected to be trapped in this situation. It was tragic. Chapter 623. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Is there anything they aren't telling anyone? He was puzzled as to why his two seniors came to the alchemy conference. His fifth brother definitely had some skills with cooking, but crafting was probably out of his league. More and more mighty ones gathered around, and even some very renowned master armorers arrived as well. The alchemy conference allowed the participation of anyone below Sage Plains, and all of those master armorers were capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. If they were to advance into the Sage Plains, they would then become capable of crafting Sage-level ritual implements. Yu Ming, whom Yi Futian had fought several days before, was among the crowd. His eyes were locked onto Su Hongxiu, who was standing behind Chu Ji, never bothering to hide his affection for her. Other than Yu Ming, there were also several other extremely renowned master armorers around. One of them was Yu Tu, a genius armorer from the City Lord office, and Gong Sun Yi, the number one among the younger generation of armorers. There were also two others who were the focus of this year's alchemy conference, Qi Lian and Master Mu O. However, the City Lord office definitely did not wish for Master Mu O to become the champion of this year's alchemy conference because of his advanced age. Due to his inability to break into the Sage Plains, he had been crazed in his study of the armorer's art, which resulted in his mastery of the art. However, the champion of the event would be offered the chance to marry the City Lord's daughter. While it had been an age-old tradition of the event, the City Lord nonetheless would not want his young daughter to marry an old guy. This time, the hand of the girl whom the City Lord office was to offer was one who was very well known throughout Alchemy City, Yu Shi, a girl who was known for her exceptional appearance and talent. It was a given that should the one who reigned supreme in the alchemy conference end up a member of the City Lord office, he would not be marrying the daughter of the City Lord. In such cases, according to the precedents set by the previous events, the City Lord was to marry his daughter off to the one ranked second or third in the event instead. Countless gathered under the 8 armorers' pillars. Figures from top forces throughout the entire barren state gathered in the grand stands on 2 sides to witness the event. Those from Nantian House, Mortal World, Sword Saint Villa and others arrived, and they all took to their respective corners. Yu Qi, the City Lord, sat at his designated place on top of the front stairs. He took a look at the sun hanging in the air. He stood up and took his steps forward, with 2 elders following him, moving down the stairs and stood beneath the City Lord. Yu Qi silenced the entire scene with a wave of his hand. Countless eyes were set on one spot, the one where Yu Qi, the City Lord, stood. The alchemy conference is held once every 10 years. Today, we see people from all walks of life throughout the barren state gather here to witness the event, and we also have tens of thousands of proud armorers participating. This is my honor. Yu Qi addressed the crowd eloquently with a powerful and firm voice capable of reaching far away, enabling everyone present to hear him clearly. While the alchemy conference this time is a competition between armorers below Sage Plains, but all who participate will be the future of Barren State's armorer world. What will be showcased in this alchemy conference will become the standard of armorers for Barren State in the future. As such, I hope everyone who is participating will give their all. Yu Qi's voice remained loud and firm as he continued. As with the event held in the past, the top 100 will be allowed to join any armor factions in Alchemy City to their liking. The top 10 will be offered the chance to learn armorer's art from me. The top 3 will be tutored by me personally, and I will craft a ritual implement for each of the top 3. The champion will be offered the hand of my daughter Yu Shi. Of course, the one offered these options are free to take it or leave it. There is no obligation. Many laughed. The event held once in 10 years would no doubt showcase the highest standards for the current generation. As the representative of the armor world, the City Lord office of Alchemy City would also offer their best to hold the event. As such, the daughter whose hand was to be offered would need exceptional qualities. There was no one in Alchemy City who did not know of the name Yu Shi, and one would have to be a fool to refuse to marry her. What happens next is all up to you. Yuchi finished his speech and went back to his seat. The two elders at the middle of the stairs looked at the crowd. One of them lit incense and placed it before the stairs. The other announced, "You all have until the incense burns out to craft superior noble ritual implements. There will be no restrictions on the type of items crafted nor the methods used. The ones who succeed in crafting will be allowed to stay, and those who fail will be eliminated. You may begin." Many moved at the same time, the very second the elder finished his announcement. The air was filled with heat in an instant as everyone took out their own smelting furnaces to begin working on their items. While the ones who participated in the event were ones who were confident of themselves to certain extents, there were also those who wanted little more than to experience the event firsthand. As such, the first one served well to eliminate all those who were only there for fun and those whose art were not up to standards. Any who managed to stay was deemed to be an elite in the world of armorers. Futian had little interest in crafting items, and it was not an area he had any measure of expertise in. He turned his eyes to Luo Fan and Shui Yi and asked in a low voice, "The alchemy conference allows two individuals to work together?" "It does. Some who are talented in the armorer's art happen to be people who do not have good fire powers, or they need others to support them in other areas. There are many great armorers who have their servants around, but the number is limited to 2. Zhongli elaborated in reply. Futian nodded in acknowledgement. He looked at the thing Luo Fan took out for smelting and blinked in disbelief. "Can that work?" The thing that Luo Fan took out was a common furnace used for cooking, not a proper one for smelting. "Those two are seniors of yours?" Zhongli could not help but look at Shui Yi and Luo Fan as he recalled hearing Futian calling them senior. He was just as surprised as Futian. "I don't know them." Futian slapped his hand on his head and said jokingly, "This is embarrassing. How could one have seniors like that? Don't go join the event if you don't know how to make stuff. Dishing out a common furnace on the alchemy conference for smelting, just what?" It was fortunate that there were too many people in the competition at that point, and few noticed them among the large crowd. Most eyes were set on the top-class master armorers, and there was hardly anyone who bothered looking at those two. Of course, even if people actually took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, they would not have time to be bothered with them. They were busy at the moment, after all. "The fire needs to be hotter. This is not going to smelt anything," Shui Yi said. "Get the matrix ready," Luo Fan said. "This is not how it is written in the books. The steps are wrong, and so is the order of smelting. Who cares? It's all good stuff here. It's just the same with cooking, throwing everything into one pot, that is. So long as you get the matrices right, no one can tell you that it's not a ritual implement. No shaping needed? Can you call something like that a ritual implement?" Shui Yi asked. "How about you do it instead?" Luo Fan glared at him. "Well, I'll leave it to you." The duo was extremely busy, yet they never stopped talking. The ones around them got fed up and asked, "Can you two just shut up? Just what kind of armorers are those two? Cooking? At a time like this? If you can't cool yourself down, then by all means quit. The alchemy conference didn't say anything about restrictions on talking, did it?" Luo Fan glared at the one who asked provokingly. He had no expertise in making things, but it was something else altogether when it came to fights. He was at the moment very frustrated. "Asshole!" The other person cursed under their breath and went back to work. Futian looked distraught and furious as he watched his seniors going about. Geniuses, both of them. Definitely not people from the cottage. "Your seniors are interesting." Even Phoenix, who sported a deadpan face most of the time, cracked a smile. Luo Fan and Shui Yi were definitely the two most special ones of all who were competing. "I sure miss my old seniors." Futian felt rather dejected at the sight. All those years ago, when he was being bullied in the Qin dynasty, his fifth brother was practically leaking awesomeness. His third and fourth brother were there to hold the Qin dynasty's doors shut, looking equally as awesome. He admired those two seniors back then as idols, yet now. The incense eventually burned out, and the host of the competition went on to announce, "Time is up. Everyone, cease what you are doing immediately or you will be eliminated right away. Everyone stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Some looked relaxed, some looked disappointed. There was another voice heard right after. Those who failed to make something, back away and leave the area. One figure after another retreated. Most who participated earlier left. The time for that first round was very short, and it was to make sure that only the elites stayed behind. After everyone who was supposed to leave left, many from the City Lord office came to inspect the ritual implements crafted by the ones who stayed. The seniors managed to stay? Futian saw Shui and Luo Fan, and both stood where they were calmly, waiting for those from City Lord office to inspect their work. The inspector came by their side and asked, "What is this ritual implement that you made?" "This is it." Luo Fan pointed at the furnace. The inspector took a look inside and saw an irregular shape sitting inside. It did not look like any known weapon, and the inspector did not know of anything like it. Am I the one who knows nothing here? And why does this smelting furnace look so much like a common furnace? What is this? The inspector asked. Some ritual implement I invented myself. It does not have the usual shape of a ritual implement, but it is full of surprises and is very powerful. Luo Fan yapped away. Something you invented yourself? The inspector looked funny as he asked. While the piece of whatever did not look like a ritual implement, there were many participants who were of a peculiar breed, and what Luo Fan said seemed to make some sense. The ritual implement did not resemble any known item. It was only a twisted board of some kind, and it would not have attracted any attention. As such, it might have turned out to be full of surprises. That's bullshit. With all due respect, those two don't know anything about the armorer's art. They just did whatever they thought about doing. The youth beside them quipped in a very irritated manner. The elder was stunned. Did I just get played? The inspector elder's expression turned severe as they exuded an imposing bearing. Shui took out the ritual implement they made and said, "Have a look." As soon as he finished, spiritual chi gushed into the ritual implement, and dazzling lights emerged in an instant, pulsing with destructive powers as lightning whipped about in terrifying might, out to tear everything apart. Blinding lights unfolded in the space they were in. This is indeed a ritual implement. It was just that we didn't follow the usual method, Shui explained. Shut up if you know nothing. Who are you to say that this is not a ritual implement? Luo Fan glared at the one beside them. You asshole actually went to tell on us. You. That person pointed at Luo Fan and continued. I beg your pardon, senior. Those two indeed know nothing about making ritual implements. They were just messing around. The inspector elder looked rather amused before saying, but it did exude the power befitting of a superior ritual implement. They pass. He left as soon as he finished. Luo Fan looked at the one who told on them in a provoking manner, before turning, his expression cold and cursed. Futian placed his hand on his head. Well, those two are still my seniors, all right. Some work they've done there indeed. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.